And how's it going, everyone? Welcome to the Thursday show, Unleashed Live. What's happening, Shane? How you doing, brother?
Well, just another day in paradise here. We're excited. We got a really good show for you guys today. We're going to be talking a lot of Star Trek. We're going to be very topical, talking about how the writer's strike is going to be impacting Star Trek.
How's it going, everyone?
We're going to be talking about Todd Stashwick, Captain Shaw, and how when Star Trek Legacy returns, and notice we say when, he will be a part of it. So got to get excited about that. We got some Spock. We got some Roddenberry archives. They're doing some really crazy stuff. You've probably seen a little bit of it out there. We're going to talk about all those things and a whole lot more. Brian, what do you got going on?
Not much, man. I did get my Panera charger today. Not sponsored, but I do like the caffeine content.
Yeah, it changes you as we go through the entire stream, so it should be really fun to do this.
That's the plan.
I had a really weird thing happen. We did the Latino Slant yesterday, which was fun. We did Blood In, Blood Out with Paulie over at Latino Slant. It was a lot of fun. But I don't know if you guys were watching last week, but I don't know what happened. But somebody like randomly said, hey Shane, you look like Russell Crowe.
Yeah.
Right. And I was like,
you do.
I thought it was funny. And I'm like, I have never been told this in my entire life.
I mean, it's true.
So I made a joke and said, yeah, maybe fat Russell Crowe.
Fat Russell Crowe.
Like Thor, like the last Thor movie, Russell Crowe, where when he's sitting there as Zeus and like you realize it's Russell Crowe, you're like, oh my God, what the fuck happened to that guy? Because he suddenly was very large. So I was at the doctor's office yesterday for my son, and I'm just sitting there and he's getting ready to do his appointment. And the doctor looks up at me, he goes, you look like Russell Crowe. I said, you've got to be kidding me. This is like multiple times. I don't know what's happened recently that's made this occur, but I guess I'll take it. It's better than other people.
Yeah, could be worse.
How are you guys doing out there today?
You're fat Russell Crowe and I'm fat Corey Feldman. So here we are.
All right, let's make a movie together.
Russell and Corey buddy cop movie.
Do a fat buddy cop movie.
A fat buddy cop movie where we get winded going up the first flight of stairs and then the movie ends because one of us has a coronary attack.
Well, listen, we're so glad to have you guys here. Thank you for joining us today. Just glad to have you in the chat. So feel free to ask us questions. Are we doing anything different today? I know you and I didn't get a chance to talk about it, but did you set up any of the things we talked about?
Like what? Give me an example.
Like tracking certain things that people do.
It didn't work.
It didn't happen. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we'll.
Right. Yeah. That'll be for next week. Apparently members section stuff is hidden from everything. So when you try to access that information in real time to put on the stream, it's like, no, we can't see it because OBS is not a member.
Got it. Yeah, and we're trying to do something different. So we actually did open up the memberships for Podcast Unleashed. So now you'll be able to be a member of this channel, which gives us a lot more options to be able to interact with you guys. So we'll actually we'll have two members chats going when we go to the member section at the end of this. We'll be going to two different streams, which both of you guys will, everybody will be in both of them. So
this what's going on. When we started the first channel, the main channel, now you guys are all aware of, I'm sure. That was our channel, and we opened up memberships over there, whatever. And then we're like, okay, we want to go do live streams. Well, at the time, YouTube was broken. If you live streamed on your channel and you weren't already live streaming a channel, it would just tank the whole thing. Like it would stop sending out notices to your fans and everything, right? So we started the channel. We started Unleashed. We started the Unleashed channel. We started doing live. We built it up, and we're like. And what we were doing, we were just sending members to, the members section on Podcast Prime. However, because of that, there's a bunch of features that you can't access on Unleashed during the actual live show. So what we're doing right now is we opened up the Unleashed membership. Memberships are the same thing. We're going to be uploading the same content in the same place. You can take your pick on where you want to be. And at the end of the show, we're going to do the same exact handshake where it just takes you to the Podcast Prime member section, but then we'll start an additional stream for the members section on Unleashed, so that if you're a member on Unleashed, you get the same content as Podcast Prime, and there's no difference. There's a difference for me, makes it super complicated for me, but there's no difference for you.
But we don't care about none of that as long as it's not hard for you guys.
And then we were trying to do this, the tracking. We were trying to like honor the people that give us super chats and do tracking, and that didn't work either. I've had a lot of problems this morning, but you know what? Yeah. It's cool. I'm here now.
Doesn't matter. We'll get it all taken care of. So yeah, a couple other things. So just let me tell you guys all out there, May the 4th be with all you guys. Today is May the 4th.
Yeah.
Unsurprisingly, Star Wars has absolutely zero news for us on Star Wars Day. What is that? That's Stargate.
Yeah, I know, but
it's not Star Wars.
I saw Archmage. He was like, "You got to jump through the gate on Brian's chest."
Oh, I got it. Yeah.
So, oh my god, I'm gonna do an animation where my chest just constantly spinning the event horizon.
Yeah, that sounds like a good spend of time.
No,
so here we go. So I was surprised. There's no Star Wars news today. Like every May the 4th, it happens one time a year. They should have Star Wars news, right?
Yeah, it's wild to me. These studios are just not honoring the legacy of the canon in which they have, the IP in which they have been granted the honor of producing and protecting and carrying through to the next generation. Star Trek did the same thing. Oh, First Contact Day? Meh. May the 4th? Meh. I don't get it. Why do they buck the system and try to create their own, thing when it's been when fans have been celebrating these days for 30, 40 years?
It has to do with themselves. It's just a lot of narcissism in Hollywood. It's a lot of, well, that's the way those guys used to do it. Now we have to do something different. I mean, they have Star Wars Celebration. I mean, it just seems really weird that like May the 4th was like this wonderful. May the Force be with you. May the 4th. It's when movies launched. I mean, you talk about like the most brilliant marketing ever created for an IP.
Genius. They didn't come up with it, by the way. It was fans. Fans came up with that.
Yeah, the only news we have is that Carrie Fisher is getting a star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame, which is way overdue.
That's for sure.
So that's a good thing that's happening. But there should be some sort of celebration. Now, I get it. Star Wars is going through a Disney midlife crisis, perhaps right now. We have, things aren't going so well. In fact, I think we got a graphic, Brian, of just exactly how well Star Wars, especially Mandalorian season 3 did.
Yeah, we do.
Compared to its Star Trek brother. And
I'm actually impressed with this, Shane. I'm actually really impressed. I gotta tell you. I saw this on 4chan.
What?
Yeah.
No way.
And then you sent it to me this morning and you're like, "Hey, I'm gonna use this in the show." I'm like, "Oh yeah, I saw that. That's hilarious." He goes, "Yeah, I made that." I'm like, "What?"
I did. Yeah, several weeks ago, somebody.
But now that I look at it, definitely Shane made it.
I definitely, yes, you can see that I made it. Actually, I did not even draw the lines. I actually found the two next to each other, and it was like some business graphic, which had something to do with like success. And I'm like, wow, that looks an awful lot of like Picard season 3 on one side and Mandalorian season 3 on the other, because Mandalorian season 3 was like this journey into ridiculousness where every episode was its own crazy experience. Like, let's do Mandalorians. Now let's do a different planet. Let's go somewhere else. And let's do Carl Weathers.
Mandalorian season 3 was like if you gave ChatGPT LSD and it wrote a series.
Actually, this looks a lot like ChatGPT, like on the right. Like this is kind of
it's just wild. It starts right and it ends right, but all the stuff in the middle is real weird.
Right. It just I don't even know if it ended right, but that's a whole thing. I don't even know if we're going to talk about it, but it's kind of, I thought it was appropriate because today being, Star Wars Day essentially, and no real news, nothing official coming from Disney, nothing happening, and we're not going to spend a whole lot of time talking about it because they don't care about it. We don't care about it, right?
Yeah, but my question is this, and there's got to be a reasonable answer out there. Why is it that franchises go, there is a day that everyone celebrates this, $1 billion IP, and what we need to do is we need to honor that day, and then a few years pass, and they go, let's not do that anymore. Let's make up another day that has nothing to do with that. What is the purpose? I don't understand. Like, you have a built-in franchise, a built-in event, a built-in holiday, basically, for the fans willing to spend money and do whatever it takes to enjoy the time with you. And you decide you don't want. Imagine this: we live stream every Thursday this show, right? What if we go? You know what? I know you guys are coming on Thursday, but we're gonna do it on Friday at 3:00 in the morning, and we're not gonna tell you why or even that it's happening.
Yeah, it's because corporations don't work around fans. Like, that's the problem. Like, last year's Star Wars Celebration took place May 26th through May 29th. And it was still in the month of May, but you're like, you know what? We got things happening May 4th, and Star Wars isn't important enough for us to move our stuff around in order to be able to do it, in a time when the fans really want to celebrate it. So we're just going to do it whenever it works for us. And that's kind of how it works. It's the reason why Star Wars hasn't been successful, because it's more about, the company that owns Star Wars as opposed to the fandom that created it. And I think we're going to have a video coming up that's going to talk about, the customer's always right. And we've lost that with our IPs and our franchises in Hollywood. And that's something we need to address coming up here pretty soon. But that's about it for Star Wars Day. May the 4th is not the same as it used to be. And we have more important science fiction stuff to talk about.
Yeah, it's true. It's really funny because, not every franchise has a particular holiday event or whatever. Like my favorite, Stargate, right? Mm-hmm. Although I would argue that October 1st should be the day, because that's the day they open the gate, right? But I don't know. We got a super chat from Rebecca Spade. Thank you, Rebecca Spade. What event is the new Star Trek Day based on? What day is that, Shane? Do you know?
September 8th, I think.
What is it based on? Just an arbitrary day?
I do believe it's supposed to be the I think it's the first day. It's the first day the first episode of TOS was released. So September 8th was the launch of I think it's the Man Trap was launched for TOS. And so that's kind of a reasonable day to pick for Star Trek. September 8th. First Contact Day came a lot later. Like when First Contact, when we decided when the movie was made, okay, we knew First Contact Day happened this day. That took place well into the franchise's creation. So I'm okay with September 8th being Star Trek Day. They just happen to have two important dates, I think, for their franchise.
Yeah, so that's a good point. So first off, Rebecca, thank you for the super chat. You're awesome.
Thank you, Rebecca.
I appreciate you being here. The thing is, one is a day in the real world, right? And one is an in-canon day. And I think that fans, and I get it. Yeah, there is two there. Well, I mean, hey, I would argue why not honor both days? I don't see the reason not to.
You could. I mean, you could. There's definitely enough news.
It's not like that. It's not like they're like 3 weeks from each other. They're months apart. But one is in canon, and I think the whole made canon, the in canon dates are really important to fans. Can I ask you guys a question? Is my mic too loud? Because OBS is telling me that I'm peaking.
Sound good.
So to you guys in the chat, is my mic too loud? Please let me know, because it's actually stressing me out. I keep seeing the red line, and I think I'm messing something up. I'm sorry. I made a lot of changes over the last 12 hours to try to merge the two member sections, and failed miserably. So it's wasted much time.
Well, just let us know if it's too hot.
Let me know if it's too hot, guys.
I think if their ears were bleeding, they'd probably be like, "Oh my God, Brian, stop talking." So,
and see, so the system would make it, peak, but it wouldn't make it peak on their end. It would just sound like like garbled. Sounds fine. Oh. It's a little loud. Okay, I knew it was loud. I knew it. Okay, how's that? Is that better? Is that better?
No, a little bit lower.
Can I go lower than that?
No, go a little lower.
How about lower than that?
Little lower. Good. Yes, we've got it figured out. Thank you, guys. Are you guys happy with that? All right. Good job. All right.
Fuck you, bro. We can find out. Hey, F you. Okay.
Well, you set it up.
Hey, I need to get one of those bleep buttons that other people we know have, because those are awesome.
I love the way Tom did his bleep button.
Oh, that was so funny yesterday.
Perfect.
It was a perfect. All right, that's better. Going down like 10%. Okay, I'm going down like right there.
Let's talk about Star Trek Legacy a little bit. So we had some interesting
Star Trek.
we got some interesting news. We got the petition that we put out a while back for Star Trek Legacy when we realized that Star Trek Picard season 3 was going to be fantastic, and we wanted to make sure that Paramount heard us loud and clear, the fans. Well, it looks like the petition broke 4,500 signatures. 45,000. Sorry,
get it, baby.
Signatures. And we were shocked to learn that at 45,000 signatures, you get contacted by change.org.
But wait. Okay, I gotta refute you on that. Okay, I'm sorry.
Okay. I mean, we've never had anything over this before.
Right. I looked it up and I'm like, I gotta know if there's like some super secret milestone when you get contacted at 45,000. I couldn't find that anywhere. I don't know if it's because we got 45K or it's because someone noticed how popular it was and how like consistent it was over the last 10 weeks that they because the milestone in change.org is 50K. Why would it be an arbitrary number like that?
The milestone changes. It was 45K. When it broke 45K, it went to 50. I think what's funny is we have a couple of other positions. I don't know if you guys know this or not, but we are like franchise saving cultists.
Yeah, we are.
I mean,
bro.
like our whole goal is to like when we see something good that we want, we are all freaking in.
Yeah, we go
try to get
we go
more
ham. Yeah.
So
we don't play like we spend hours, like days, weeks editing videos, contacting people, bothering executives, setting up petitions. We have sent more letters to people we don't even know than I have sent to my own biological mother for Star Trek and Stargate. Oh, we got a super chat from Insane Hippie.
Hold on a sec before we do it. So two things, like your mother, like you should write her. Okay, that's never say that.
I'm just saying. I have sent hundreds of physical handwritten letters now to Fox and MGM and Paramount on behalf of TV shows. And yeah, maybe I should write my mom more up.
Okay, but before we do anything else, we were talking about something. This isn't the only petition we've done.
That's true.
Can you go ahead and show them the other ones we've done?
Yeah, we got.
And some of you guys may know, but you've been with us for a while. So just stop here before you click on anything. There you go. So we also have been pushing to renew the Orville for season 4 because we definitely want that. And we've also been trying to revive the Stargate franchise. So if you guys take a look, I think the Stargate one has 38,000 views.
Oh, wrong one. Wait, Stargate.
So Stargate's got almost 37,000.
Yeah.
And then the next one
now, real quick though.
Orville.
So there is an actual metric I learned on change.org. When you get to 35,000, it becomes its first tier of top signed. And when you get to top signed in any tier, it becomes a permanent petition on the platform.
Okay. So 30, now because I thought it was weird because I saw 30, 35, and 40 all said the same thing.
Yeah, but 35 is an actual top is an actual top sign where it becomes a permanent petition. Every petition under 35 eventually will cycle into an archive status. So the renew the Orville season 4 is actually about 7K away from being an actual permanent petition. And not being archived. And I'm not even sure when the actual archive date is, but I have found archived things that were under 35 now.
Well, some good news is we might have some Orville season 4 news coming up in the next couple weeks. We are going to have Tom Constantino on the Raw Rant show, not this Monday, but not this Monday. 3 Mondays from now, not this Monday, but 2 more Mondays.
Oh, good.
Yeah, May 22nd, Tom will be on. And so hopefully we can get like a renewed resurgence for Orville season 4.
Yes, and Tom did text me and he sent me his special link for his Feet Finder page. So I'm hoping that he shares some feet pics with us that day.
Yeah, I didn't know you liked feet so much.
Only when they're green and they're grannies.
Would they get little hairs on them like a witch?
# green grannies, baby.
So anyway, so we've got that one. And then of course, the update on Stargate is, Amazon's taking its sweet ass time doing what it wants to do with Stargate.
Although there was some news a few weeks ago that like we had already touched on in December, but the news was now coming out and there was a couple small updates. Now, were the updates worthy of us updating our video and all that? No.
I didn't think there were updates, were there?
Yeah, well, so the update was I guess they took the information to some like marketing firm or whatever to get numbers on how successful it would be. Was it marketing firm? What was it called? Some kind of firm. And and someone from that firm leaked that they were actually in the process of determining whether or not what it was worth before setting budgets. I think before they were like, we're going to set a budget and this guy will do it. But the guy was like, no, I don't want to do it. And now they're like, okay, let's go figure out what it's actually worth before figuring out a budget.
Oh, that's cool that it took 5 months for them to send it over to a marketing firm to figure out what it's worth.
Right?
5 months. All right. You guys are on top of it. So go back to the, if you can, go back to the Star Trek Legacy one.
Yes, absolutely.
So Star Trek, so this is what happened. So change.org emailed us, and I'm like, oh, wait a second. It wasn't like one of those standard emails. It was like hey, buddy.
No,
name's such and such, and we're friends now.
It wasn't a form letter.
No, it was personal.
Yeah, it was personal, bro.
And I was like, okay. And so they were talking about, hey, look, we've been sharing this thing out there and letting other people see like that you got this petition going on. And we're here to help you guys. Love change.org. I love that they give us an opportunity to actually put a petition out there that people can see. That said, they do try to get people to spend money on their site.
Yeah, they do.
So they will, when you sign the petition, be careful. They will ask you to put money towards the petition. And this is what we'll say to you. We cannot verify whether or not you putting money on the petition will actually make the petition grow.
Yeah, we don't know.
We don't know for sure. They say that's what happens, but there's no evidence of it. And when we ask for evidence, we just get ignored.
Yeah, and we've asked for evidence twice now, and they ghost us. But they're clearly getting our emails because they can actually talk to us person to person, but they don't want to answer that question.
So this is better than nothing. I mean, so the fact that they say they're going to push it even more is a good sign. And I believe I have, of course, I don't have the email here with me, but let me open it real quick, the Gmail. Basically, what they said was,
like, we saw you on stream, and oh my God, you look so much like Russell Crowe.
And then she said, "Oh no, I'm sorry, fat Russell Crowe." And I said, "Oh, no, okay, now I get it."
Yeah, that tracks.
This is what they said: a campaign. Okay, yeah, this is it. I saw your petition for Star Trek Legacy, and I think it's awesome that you and Trekkies are making your voices heard. Trekkies and Trekkers. Let's just get that straight. Your petition has over 45,000.
Stop right there. Sorry.
Yeah.
Is there a difference between Trekkies and Trekkers?
It's generational. Yeah. Trekkers are the original.
Okay. After you read the letter, I want to address that because I don't know what you're talking about. I thought they were the same thing.
Well, I mean, we're all the same people. It's just, I think it's generational.
Interesting.
So the original TOS series are more Trekkers, and then Trekkies came during TNG timeframe.
I see. We put the little heart above our eye in our Trekkies.
Whatever.
Trekkies.
I'm warm to both of them. You know, as long as you don't call me late for dinner. You know what I'm saying? Russell Crowe?
I'm a Star Trek fan. Okay, that's it.
I'm a fan.
Go ahead.
It says, this week I am working behind the scenes, to help boost your signature count and share it with a wider audience. I love that you've already posted updates, especially the interview with Terry Metalis. I'm like, wow, they really went in depth here to look at what we've done. Petition supporters love these updates. Keep it up. Please let me know if you have any questions or need help with the next steps of your campaign, especially making connections with decision makers at CBS and Paramount. Now, that was the news that I loved hearing the most, because the people at CBS and Paramount tend to ignore the messages that we send them
completely.
So this means that potentially change.org may be reaching out to them themselves to say, hey, were you aware that there's this really big petition out there and they want to get your attention? So it's hasn't changed anything, but it's definitely good news.
Yeah, I mean, it's not you know what they say when they say oh, no news is good news. Well, in this case, this can only mean good things. It can't, in no way can this hurt.
Some news is good news in this case.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Some news is good news. We got a super chat from Insane Hippie Insane.
Woo!
Thank you,
Insane Hippie.
Can I read it? Insane Hippie hippie insane. I love
it
that
works
name.
the same forward and backwards. It's like an anagram or whatever.
What is the name? There's an actual name for that when a word goes both ways.
It's an anagram.
No, an anagram is not. That's not what an anagram is. There's another word for it.
It's the same forward and backwards, but this one is not, obviously, because it's...
No, but an anagram is... That's not an anagram.
I mean, this is not an anagram, but it's like in the tradition of an anagram.
Yeah, but it's not an anagram. There's another word for it where it goes both ways. I saw it. It was on my word of the day thing. Anyways, if the Hollywood writers had been true and respectful to the franchise and the fans, they might have had some support. But as of now, not many care, and just see it as them digging their own metaphorical graves. No sympathy. Sympathy. Sorry, I can't.
No sympathy, right?
I'm dyslexic.
No symphony.
You want to know what's funny?
Music playing here.
I'm really dyslexic, so when you misspelled metaphorical, it actually helped me.
Oh, nice.
I was like, okay, I know what that word is. Thank you, insane, hippie, insane.
How come we can't see the whole super chat when they pop up there?
Because
the bottom's always cut off.
Because I broke it, I think.
All right.
Let me see. Actually, that's a good point. Let me see if I can fix that.
Insane hippie's right here because the reality is that
I fixed it.
Star Trek. Okay, Star Trek, well, all of the franchises. We're getting to a point now where all the franchises have all these years of history, right? It started out with, in Star Wars, it started out with George Lucas sitting down. I got an idea for a story. He puts together the story. He has people help him write it. But George is the fan of his own work, right? So he creates it. And of course, Star Wars goes on and on. Now with Star Trek, it's really interesting because Gene Roddenberry is a writer. Like, yeah, he created Star Trek, but he was a writer first. And he surrounded himself with like-minded people who were also writers. And they created this universe that we call Star Trek based on Gene's vision. And he had a complete control over every script. Okay. So that was essentially written by fans. Okay. And so then when TNG came around, so it was the same thing. Gene brought in writers that he trusted, people that he wanted to work on it. And then when he died, okay, Rick Berman took and said, look, I'm going to do exactly what Gene was doing.
Right.
And they just kept writing the same way. So, and also Michael Pillar, I can never remember how that goes. Pillar. So he was a part of it. Now he was actually allowing fans to submit scripts to Star Trek, to the studio. Fans, just like you and I, or all of you guys out there, submit your ideas. And a lot of people got them picked up. Guys like Mark Zicree, who's out there doing Space Command, I think, on his own. A lot of different people did it, and what's cool about it is that fans could do that. So nowadays, what happened is, as time went on, they had these writers who had been part of Star Trek for years. Well, when Enterprise went away, so did the fans. Manny Coto was the last fan of Star Trek who was writing. He was a fan, and he was a writer. Now, when Star Trek came back around in 2015 or 16 with Discovery, the problem is that when they hired a bunch of writers, they didn't hire any Star Trek fans. Like literally, there were no Star Trek fans writing. Robert Orsai was the only Star Trek fan when they did the 2009 movie, and then when Kurtzman ended up getting Star Trek for streaming, he brought in some people who were like, "Oh yeah, I'm Star Trek fans," but they weren't Star Trek fans. They did a bunch of other shows, right? So this was the first time in history that fans weren't writing the content, and it shows up painfully obvious because there's a complete lack of respect for the history of Star Trek and all of this content. Now, not that they weren't trying to do a good job. They were trying to make good Star Trek. But listen, if you're not a fan of something and you don't understand it, you can't make stuff that other fans are going to appreciate because everybody's tone deaf.
Right.
So when Picard season 3 comes around, finally, again, we have a fan.
He's back. He's back.
Oh, okay, I didn't know I was gone.
That was weird. You were like, and then they were like, and then just cut off.
This is what Brian does when he wants me to stop talking, guys.
No. I don't. I'm not. There's no. Okay. You're gonna get people talking.
Everything was the same for me. I could still see me.
I do not have the Steven Crowder button where I stop people from talking.
There's no 4 lights.
There's no lights? There are 4 lights.
Where did I get cut off at?
When his pissed off employees talked about that, I thought immediately Picard. There are 4 lights. No, yeah, you got cut off like right when your voice was starting to rise, and it was like, this is going to be such a great clip, and it just it just cut off.
Well, I have no idea where it was at. So unfortunately, I ended it epically with saying essentially something like "insane hippie insane." You were right. We can't have sympathy for it because honestly, Alex Kurtzman should know. You hire people to continue. I don't know. I mean, maybe they don't have the mindset. Maybe they don't care about Trek or whatever. But now he's got it. He said it. Right. Terry Matalas knows Trek like the back of his hand. Now now that he's become aware of the fact that there are people out there who can write Star Trek properly, he needs to continue to grow and build them. So we're watching very closely what happens with Star Trek Legacy, and thank you for that super chat.
Yeah. So the thing, everything you said is 100% correct.
Except for the part you didn't hear, but that's okay.
No. But I just want to add to it real quick because Robert Orsai, in particular, so he is a Star Trek fan. I believe that wholeheartedly. Yeah. However, he has made some Star Trek that people really don't like. And you got to ask yourself, okay, so just to put it out there, he made the 2009 variants of Star Trek, or he was part of that. He was also
he was part of it, yeah, but
right, yeah, he was also a part of Into Darkness.
Right, but you got to remember though, he's not making the decisions. Like he's not the guy going, set up the shot over here, do this. He's writing the script. Right, him and Kurtzman were writing the scripts.
Right, and so like
JJ was making the choices.
And right, you're right. So it's not just It's not just a fan is required. You got to have someone who is in charge completely and is a fan, because you might have writers. And I believe that there are writers on these other shows that we probably don't like certain episodes of Strange New Worlds. 99.9% of Discovery. I believe there's fans of Star Trek that are writing those for sure. Like not just like, oh, let's just grab a couple people that check the boxes, with nepotism or whatever, or that we like. I believe there's some writers in there that are fans of Star Trek. However, one writer out of 32 writers, one producer out of 24 producers. That these things don't matter. You got to the person in charge, I believe, has to be a fan and has to be a fan with some cojones, some intestinal fortitude, the ability to be like, no.
Well, or they have to be a fan who respects the creator. So Rick Berman didn't like Star Trek. He was not a fan of TOS. He didn't like Star Trek. Even if you ask him today, he'd probably be like, yeah, whatever. But he respected Gene's vision, and he said, and he was more it was more important that the rules were followed for him, and so he made sure that they maintained the standard of what Star Trek was. So you can have either one, even if you're not a Star Trek fan. You can, the people are intelligent enough, I hope, in Hollywood that they can recognize. I mean, think about it. They can recognize, oh my God, okay, that was successful because of this. And so we should emulate that in some way, make sure that we do it in that way. And so
I do believe that a lot of the executives and Hollywood decision makers, I believe they look down on the viewers. I believe they look at us, the viewers, and they go, we can guide them to wherever we want them to be. We don't have to do it their way. We can do it cheaper, or we can do it with more preaching, or we can check more boxes, or we can put our agenda in there if we want, or we can just not do it at all. Whatever. These suckers will just eat whatever we give them. Like Jason Isaacs, when he said that in Discovery, it's not like he is some industry insider that knows how it works. No, someone said, don't worry about it, boss. They're going to watch it regardless, and he made the mistake of repeating that, right?
Yeah, I mean, and that is the problem, because you're right. To some degree, in the beginning, we are going to watch it. We will watch it, and we may not like it, but we're going to try. But at some point, people just give up. And if you tell me that Discovery's numbers have stayed up since the first season or second season, you're crazy. There's no way.
Yeah.
Or Picard season 1 to season 2. I mean, maybe they gave it a shot, but I tell you what, halfway through season 2, people are like, I'm out of here. And by the way, if you love those shows, there's nothing wrong with that.
Nothing wrong with it at all.
If you love Star Trek Discovery, Star Trek Picard seasons 1 and 2, good. You know, there's nothing that we're not saying that you're wrong. We're just saying that for us, it didn't work, and it's not the Star Trek that we have come to expect. So.
Yeah, you know what's funny is I feel like we were very generous with both seasons of Picard season 1 and 2. I gotta say, I think that we lost some fans on our main channel because we, up until the end of both those seasons, we were trying desperately to make it make sense for us because we didn't like it. Now, if you like it, that's fine. But for us, there was like canonical issues that just didn't make sense. We didn't like the direction they went.
Holes.
There was plot holes. Yeah. There was decisions made that really like affected Star Trek as a whole, and to us, it was a bad move all around. But we were making, videos that took 70 hours plus to make between the two of us to attempt to like explain how it could work. We were very generous up until the end. And then when we got to the end, we got critical. And some people that did like it, they probably didn't like us at that point either. So we don't make a whole lot of friends. That's all I'm saying. We're very nice all the way to the end. And then when we get the whole picture, we criticize it. But that doesn't mean that you can't like it. What's that? Or praise it.
Or praise it. Yeah.
Right. Well, I mean, you can criticize something and still like it. You could be like, that's what critics do, right? This I liked, this part I didn't like, whatever. There were parts of Picard season 3 that probably could have been done differently, but it was so minor, like it didn't matter. It was such minor. I mean, like how many times have I cried watching a TV show? It's been a long time, guys. Right.
No, there's a couple things. The queen, the thing with Vadic's hand and it being the Borg queen, that needed to be explored more. That was like, if there was one problem with Picard season 3, that was definitely it, making that connection, because while we all kind of figured it out, it literally took Terry to come out on social media and say, yeah, we just saw who the hand was. It's the back of the Borg queen's head.
Right.
And it's like, so that was a problem having to do that. So, but
yeah, you shouldn't have to explain it on social media. But then again, they have 10 episodes. This is not 22 episodes to explore this.
Right. Unfortunately, there's limited time. Now they might have been able to find a way to get it in there, but how do you end up with this trouble? Like, well, how do you explain it? Do you want more exposition? Like, and what sort of exposition could you have that would explain that? Because the problem is that Vadic was killed. So Picard never saw the interaction between Vadic and the hand.
Right.
And so where is that dialogue going to take place? It would have needed to happen. And they caught themselves in a little bit of a problem. They walked themselves into a corner because when they killed Vadic, there was now no opportunity to explain that hand thing.
Right.
And so that was one little problem. And they figured, well, we just got to keep going forward because now it's impossible to explain it.
Right.
But it would have been good to know how their relationship occurred.
Yes, it would have been good to know. And to be fair, someone made this point on another show. I don't remember which one. Probably maybe the Saturday show or something. I don't know. Or maybe Raw Rant. But they could have just had a garbled waveform with the same voice talking through a view screen. And it would have been the same thing, and you wouldn't have had to worry about explaining it.
Well, you still would have had a problem. If you don't know who Vadic is talking to, then there still would have had to be some sort of explanation. No.
But what I'm saying is, if you just had a garbled waveform talking to her, but then again, I think the hand thing might have been some misdirection, though, too.
I'm just saying who the hand was. I'm not even talking about how it worked. I don't care about how it worked. The technology of how the hand worked doesn't matter. It's who is that person ordering Vadic around.
No. I know, but it could have. We could have. No. All right. So you're not worried with how she communicates with the Borg Queen with her hand. You're worried about really who it was.
Yeah, I want the story pieces to come together properly. Like I can forgive. Like, hey, they're changelings. They can do some weird shit with their bodies. So, put it beyond me to have to explain how that works exactly. But I do need to know that is the Borg Queen.
Yeah, it would have been cool. Maybe if when the Borg Queen was doing her exposition dump on Picard because she thought she had already won.
Yeah.
Maybe there could have been a flashback while she was narrating how they ran into the Borg or something and
maybe. Yeah.
And she tried to assimilate them or whatever.
I think it was impossible. I think they were in an impossibility. It was one of those, bootstrap paradoxes they got themselves stuck in where, to explain it now would have felt weird and out of place. There almost needed to be something in the time, but then that ruins the Borg surprise. So it's just, what I can say is I think it can be forgiven and not made into such a big deal because we got such a great surprise at the end. It's like, you can forgive some small things. And, for Picard seasons 1 and 2, we were willing to forgive things as long as there was some sort of explanation or things were properly tied up. For example, the thing in Picard season 1 where the magic device on board the La Sirena, that allowed them to do whatever they needed to do. And
I'm still so utterly confused on that.
Still don't know what it was. So. Yeah.
And I don't understand how you can't even go and explain it in extended canon. Someone write the wiki that explains that for me. Please just do me that favor. Okay.
There is no explanation. That's the problem.
It's so bothersome. Right.
Well, that's why it's a problem. There is no explanation. But speaking of bad writing, because that is bad writing, that's an example of bad writing. When you have to create a device that solves all of your problems without attaching it to the story is a problem. So a super chat from Do Elmo here for $5. Thank you so much, Do Elmo. Appreciate the support. For a few years, we can just let AI custom create new shows. F Hollywood. Hey, that's what it feels like, right? So some of the disrespect to the fan bases feels like you're just letting AI write the scripts anyways. If you're not going to have people who are fans of the shows write the stories and be lovingly about the franchise, then you might as well just let Chat GPT do it, right?
Yeah, and okay, so here's the thing. I know there are writers that watch our show. In no way are we saying, this is not like a criticism of you personally. Or unless any writers personally.
No, unless you wrote. And
let me finish, Shane. God damn it, bro.
Well, you said it's not, but it is in a way.
But if no one points out when someone writes something that's poor, then you can never get better at it. And if there's an entire writer's room of 20 professional writers who are paid handsomely to do the job, especially
or not handsomely,
or not handsomely, but you're paid. And you see a problem, let's say you see the device in Picard season 1. No one brings up at any moment, hey, so how do we tie that back to anything, or do we just not? Is there such a disconnect? I don't understand. I don't even know who to criticize because I don't even know who came up with that. But then what about all the other 12 writers that decided to leave it there?
Or it's possible that the showrunner just said, nah, we don't need to worry about that. So, it could be writers doing their jobs and saying, well, we need it. It happens all the time. It even happened in Terry's writing room where they would come up with things. And ultimately, Terry has to make the decision on what happens. It just so happens Terry's a really good writer. So what happens when you have a showrunner who's not a good writer? Right.
Yeah, because they were talking about, I don't know if I'm allowed to say this, but I guess it doesn't matter now. They were talking about maybe explaining the Jaborgi thing and having the Borg come through the giant butthole in space and just smash through Jaborgi's ship and explaining its origins.
Chris mentioned that. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Oh, cool. So I can say that. I'm not getting in trouble. See, that would have been really cool. However, I think Terry had a good point, or Chris had a good point. It would have tied the hands of future writers.
True, and so that is the problem.
They're thinking about, when people want them to address the Picard Crusher thing. Is Picard and Crusher together? Well, see, they can address it, but then if they do address it, they're going to tie the hands of future writers that are going to have more time to explore that better. They don't want to just mention it in passing in the last episode of the show, and then the next series they can't even talk about that because it's already set in stone. Well, that is respectful to the series, though.
That's partially it, but it's also selfish because they also want, when they do Star Trek Legacy, and Terry even talked about an interview recently, they still want to use some of the legacy characters. So what happens if you tie Picard and Beverly together? You're stuck with how far you can go with Beverly's character if you bring her back to do some Star Trek Legacy.
Right, because then everyone's asking, where's Picard?
Right. So you've tied them together, and it's a lose-lose scenario.
And we're all on the same page here. Patrick Stewart, it's time to retire, bro. It's time to retire.
Yeah, no, he needs to be done. Yeah.
It's we love you. You have given me months and months of entertainment throughout my 40 years. It's okay. End of watch, sir. You can take a break.
Yeah, you did well for us.
You did well. Just now and go enjoy your pit bull or whatever you have, and let's call it a day.
Yeah, and he wouldn't be the one coming back anyway. So we're talking about some of these periphery characters, like Beverly. You could definitely see Beverly. You could see Worf back. You could see Riker back.
I can not only see Worf back, I need Worf back.
Right.
I need Michael Dorn as Worf in a show. I need it. It's a part of my soul. I need it.
Okay. Well, we did get something really great, but you're right. So that was the whole point of not writing themselves into a corner. They left some things a little bit, not completely tied off. And I do believe that if they had put Picard and Beverly together, they would get just as much criticism as leaving them apart, because you have some people who don't really want them to be together permanently. And then you have people who desperately want them together. We have fans of our show who really wanted to see them together in the end. And so I think that there's maybe more in the future that'll come, and it will give other creators. If for some reason they can't do it, then maybe somebody else does it in a novel.
I got to be honest. I think I've been a shipper of those two since I was young. I always wanted Picard and Beverly to end up together.
We did, but it's like Cheers. Once you put them together, it's over. You know what I mean? It's like
right.
Once you put the two main characters together, it's done.
Yeah, that reminds me of Chuck. Like once Sarah and Chuck finally got together, you were like,
yeah,
oh, so the show's done. I know the show is about this, but that was like sort of the underlying story the entire time.
Right. And I think it would be hard for Beverly's character to come back in something else if her and Picard were together. There'd always be that question, where's he at?
She should come back as a Orion slave lady.
You need to slow your roll, buddy. Tea and Toys, £5. Thank you. Message is retracted, but Tea and Toys, I'd like to think that your comment is, thank you, Popcast, for hanging out with us today and giving us all this random, crazy information. So
well, I have it right here. It's not retracted.
It says retracted to me. What do you got?
Forgotten history. Oh, maybe he wants to retract it. So
yeah,
never mind.
You should keep it hidden.
My bad. Sorry, Tea and Toys. If you want us to retract that, let me know. From John Burns for $2.79. That's a random number, but thank you. And so the indoctrination begins. Face with tears, partying face. Those are emojis. That's I take it. I can't.
I love him. Love it. I love John's quips.
Thank you, John.
Also, son of John, thank you so much. Appreciate your support here. $10. Always have really good questions here. I have a weird theory. Picard season 3 is a parallel to Paramount being the Borg. Alex Kurtzman is Jack. Terry Metalis is Picard, and the rest of us are Starfleet. We are stuck in the Borg hive. All right, let's break that down here for a second. Let's see. So Paramount is the Borg. Okay. Alex Kurtzman is Jack. So Alex would be Terry's son and kind of resents him a little bit, I think. Is that what you're saying? But yet still loves him or needs him in some way. And the rest of us are Starfleet. We are stuck in Borg. I love that theory. Yeah. Hopefully Jack has realized that he needs his father desperately in order to do anything else in this Star Trek universe, because we really want Terry to keep making Star Trek. I mean, there's just nobody else to do it, guys. Like, there's nobody. Unless you get another Star Trek fan who comes in and can play the game, I just think we're lost without him. So
yeah, and the thing is, again, it's not just the writers. You can fill the entire writers room up with Star Trek fans. Like, imagine just a bunch of Chris Monfets, like 12 Chris Monfets, hardcore Star Trek fans, great writers, legendary in their own right. But if the showrunner is like, No, yes, no. Ultimately, the decisions are being made by the showrunner. Some showrunners are total pushovers. Like I still believe Akiva Goldsman is just a pushover. I think he's a Star Trek fan, but I think he's also a pushover.
Who do you think's pushing him over?
I think writers.
I don't think so.
I
think he's the one making the poor choices.
Really?
I do. Well, here's what I think it is. I think he's got all these ideas about Star Trek, right? And then the writers are like, yeah, Akiva, whatever you want to do. Yeah. That's what I think.
Oh, yes.
I don't think, because some of the stories we've heard is, ideas getting patted down. So he's not a pushover.
That's a good point. So it might also be someone who is willing to take suggestions and criticism. Like everyone that has worked with Terry, literally every person we have personally talked to has all said the same thing. This guy is a breath of fresh air to work with. He's amazing. Even the actors, they're like, hey, what do you think about this? Can I add to this character? In fact, Terry said that Data came up with a couple of the ways he did his character on his own, and the way he did like the switching back and forth was really rad. I think that's part of it. Like it's a collaborative effort, right?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, but the thing about Akiva, it's not all bad news. I mean, and I say that, I don't try to say that to denigrate him. You got to remember, Akiva is the reason we have Strange New Worlds. Like, when Akiva, and I've told this story before, but when Akiva joined Discovery, when Alex said, hey, can you help me here because I lost my showrunner, the current showrunners I have don't have a lot of experience. Can you come in here and help me manage? So Alex called Akiva in, and Akiva came in and said, okay, cool. So what's this Discovery? So like we're back. So this is before Kirk, right? Okay. So we're doing Pike. Is that what you're saying? We're doing Captain Pike. Yeah, cause he's a fan of TOS. He understood, he was a fan. And so when Kurtzman said, oh no, we're doing this Michael Burnham thing. And I think Akiva said something to the effect of, oh, well, we're missing out on a real great opportunity here to tell the Pike story. It's never been told. And so he was like pro Pike the whole way. And that's the reason we got a Pike story during season 2 of Discovery. So Akiva was like all about pushing that. And he was right. Like,
right.
Over Michael Burnham, it was good to have tell the Pike story. People wanted that classic Star Trek back, the uniforms, you got Spock on the bridge, all these things happening. And all of a sudden they're like, oh yes, this is what we want. So then they send Discovery into the future. So its fan base can go and enjoy Star Trek somewhere away from like what legacy fans enjoy. Mm-hmm. And then they start up Strange New Worlds. So when Akiva got tied into doing Picard, it was Michael Chabon, it was Kurtzman, and it was Akiva Goldsman. You guys got to understand, Michael Chabon is an award-winning, a Pulitzer Prize-winning writer. Like he's a good writer. Despite the fact that what he did with the first 2 seasons of Picard, the guy knows how to write. Yeah, he knows how to put things on paper. He's not a showrunner. And as we've talked about, a showrunner is more, runs a symphony. It's like managing an orchestra,
right?
Not just being a good writer. So, and then you had so many problems with the Picard series because you had Patrick Stewart who had his own ideas of what he wanted to do. And then you had Michael Chabon who had his ideas. And then you had Akiva Akiva got handed season 2. And Akiva's like, look, I've got this history with my mom. I want to put it down. Like, it became his personal thing. And then Patrick Stewart's like, yeah, let's explore Picard's mom too. Yeah. And they end up with this kind of weird story. So, I mean, like, they come from it from a place of honesty and wanting to do good work, but it's just tone deaf on what the fans want, because in the end, they end up respecting their own narcissism over the ideas of what canon has brought us and what's important to that.
Yeah. And it's funny is like another thing I think that Terry is good at is when actors give him suggestions going politically, like, okay, all right, let's try that, and let's massage that and make it different. Like I think that's why. He
specifically does something. He tells them, okay, do one my way, and then let's try one your way. Right. So he gives them what they want, and then whatever he ends up, sometimes it's better. Sometimes the actors bring better things, and sometimes they don't. And in the end, I think he just chooses what it is that he wants to do. So
yeah. Okay. We got another sorry. Yeah, my throat. I got this frog in my throat. Super chat from Michael Nemo. Almost everyone working on Trek is from the CW.
Yeah.
That is very true, Michael.
Yeah, no, it's true. Even the most recent addition to start, we're going to talk more about this when we talk about the writer's strike, but the lady that they brought in to do Academy, who's going to co-show run, is coming straight from the CW.
Yeah,
I had her name written down. Writing is. I do. It's
Nago Landau.
Yeah,
Naga.
So, and she did some stuff that's, strong in the teen area, like for her topic, like she did some okay shows. She also did a couple of bad ones, but, so yeah, this is where they're going. They're pandering to this kind of younger audience. And look, if you're going to be writing for teenagers and young adults, that's where you're going to be pulling people from. So hopefully when they're writing Star Trek Legacy, they're not using those writers, or at least they're using those writers to learn and say, okay, I want to learn from Terry Matalas and from Chris Monfett and from all these, from Sean Tretta. We want to learn from, Matt Okamura. I got to say all their names. And they want to learn from them, what you need to write Star Trek properly. Yeah. Do master classes in writing with those guys for Star Trek, and then, feed them out to other shows and let them, build on how to tell a Star Trek story properly through these other shows. That's what I like.
Yeah, what's interesting about Naga Landau is, well, first off, we're trying to get an interview with her. And we haven't written her off yet just because she wrote CW. Some of the stuff, I went and watched a lot of this stuff. She did the musicians. There was a lot of the stuff in the musicians that I actually thought was pretty good. I'm not a teenage girl, but there was still pretty good stuff in there.
She's good with science fiction. You can tell she likes it.
Yeah, even the Nancy Drew series has like science fiction elements. A lot of Nancy Drew
supernatural type stuff.
Yeah. Right. It leaned very heavily into the magic of it, but she had a nice balance of like supernatural and science fiction, which was nice. I hated Tom Swift.
It was message agenda over story.
Right. And it could have been amazing. Yeah, but they just leaned so heavily into the agenda. And I gotta be honest, her other thing, Tao, was very hard to watch. Very cool concept, but it was just paced for a teenager. So the thing is, she's very good at the teenage CW type of stuff, but she's also leans really heavily into the science fiction realm. So when it comes to writing, if you're trying to make a teenage Star Trek show, she might be the perfect person for that.
If she gets a lesson in canon and she has a respect for what's come before with Star Trek, and she peppers that in and makes sure you're not pandering to it, or changing things in such a way that's weird. You have to respect the canon, and you can't be agenda based. It can't be Tom Swift. If Starfleet Academy is Tom Swift, where you end up, gender swapping or race swapping or doing all this stuff in order to, like, when
if you open up with a same sex makeout session, you're doing it wrong.
You're doing it wrong, right? And the good thing about Starfleet Academy is, we don't know who is what, so they can bring in any characters. The only prior character we'll have is Tilly, I think, that'll probably be on the series, and everybody else will be a new character. So there's no expectations as to what it is.
And this can exist, though, Shane. This can exist alongside things that we like. There can be a teenage girl version of Star Trek. That's okay.
100%, as long as they have Star Trek, that I want to watch. Then you won't hear me getting too crazy about it. If that's the only Star Trek, though, then there's a problem.
Yeah, because hey, maybe my teenage daughters like this. Yeah. Although I have to watch it first to make sure it's not, brainwashing them or something crazy. But yes. John Burns, Mr. John Burns, for 279. Posted a photo in your general section of Discord. Well, let me look at it before I put it up here, bro. Who knows what it is? I don't know. Is it your feed pics?
Let me read his other super chat while we're here. He's got another one. Thank you, John, for the 279. Appreciate it. Dark Matter better Trek than Star Trek Discovery. Dark Matter is great Star Trek.
Dark Matter is fantastic Star Trek.
Yeah, you're right, John. That is Dark Matter was fun.
Let me tell you guys something. I know Dark Matter isn't actually Star Trek, but imagine this. Imagine a ship that had its own character with a captain and a rough crew and an android going on adventures every week. Sound familiar? That's what Dark Matter is. Dark Matter is literally, what if Star Trek, it's like if Star Trek wasn't about a Federation ship, but it was about a merchant ship or whatever. That's what it's like. And
it's less sci-techy though, and more science fantasy.
Right. Yeah, it has a little of that. You're right. Yeah. But some of the world building, like the Emperor, like there's some really cool stuff in there. And there's some Star Trek and Stargate alumni that show up. It's good. It's a good show.
Yeah. Joseph Malazzi, who helped produce Stargate, created the show. So
yeah.
And he's a friend of our show.
Yeah.
Okay, so what do we got here from John? What's this picture?
Yeah, let's see what he said. I'm trying to adjust my volume here. Okay, here we go. He said, "I'm such an effing Star Trek nerd," and then there's a picture of slippers. Oh, they're tribbles, dude.
Tribble. Yeah, man. That's great.
They're tribbles.
I actually have Tribble like dog toys, so like I'll throw the Tribble like into the living room, and they all go crazy with the Tribble.
My kids, I gave my kids those Tribbles we got at the Wish version of Star Trek convention. What was it? STLV.
STLV. Yeah.
They were so overpriced, but I got like 2 for like $40 or whatever, and they're great because they have these little things in them that make noises and vibrate like. But it's only based on like context. So like when you move it, it's not nonstop. It like when you move it and it senses motion, it starts to like vibrate and make all the Tribble noises. It's very cool. Hey John, let me know where you got these slippers. I'm gonna want some of those, bro.
Very cool. So back to Picard season 3 here really quick. So we had the great news about the petition. And then something I hadn't seen came across the camera. And actually, I think you sent it over to me, Brian. And it was John Campia's take on Star Trek Picard.
Oh, you're trying to get me to like have a freaking aneurysm this stream, aren't you?
I got to tell you, I've never been a huge fan of John Campia. I have a belief that just because you're first to a space doesn't make you the best. And I feel like for a long time, John's lived off of the talents of others, let's just say. And John isn't necessarily always the expert in the room, but he's done a good job of surrounding himself with other experts in the room. So listen, it's hard to be a pundit, to be a person who talks about entertainment. Like, we have lives. It's impossible to cover all of it. Like, we do our best, but whatever we do talk about, we try to make sure we're somewhat experts on it. Like, that's the key. And then John decides he's going to cover Picard season 3.
Yeah.
At the end of it.
Yeah, you done effed up, bro.
And I got to tell you, he had he can have whatever take he wants to have about it. But here's the deal. If you're going to have a take on Picard season 3, and you say certain things like I'm a huge fan of TNG, and like TNG is, I've been immersed since I was very young in TNG. If you're going to say that, then you better say things that make sense. Because he said something extraordinarily dumb. He said, how dumb is it that they ended the movie, the Picard season 3, with everyone playing some alien card game at a table?
Yeah.
To which he then says he's a huge fan of TNG, right, and he watched it religiously. But apparently, John, you never saw the final episode of TNG because that's how it ended.
So the card stupid. Table. You didn't see the last episode of TNG, you dummy. I'm sorry. If you're gonna review a Star Trek show, you need to have the only person in there that actually knows what they're talking about back on your show, bud. Okay.
Right. So that's So okay, look. If you're gonna say,
where's Robert at? I want to know where's Robert at. Talk about Star Trek.
If you're gonna say something completely ridiculous, you need to have your expert there, and your expert is Robert Meyer Burnett. So it's hard for me not to look at John these days. And listen, I get it. Robert doesn't have a problem with John. He's still, not going to be on John's show, and I
Whatever.
don't like the way it went down, but that's Robert's business. But I can't not look at John without having this taint of douchebaggery every time I see him now.
Such a douchebag.
No, just kind of knowing how he treats his friends. He still has people on his show, and the person that he has with him on this show, she said, I don't watch that stuff.
Yeah.
It's like, I'm sorry, you have someone on your show that doesn't watch the entertainment that you're going to talk about?
Why are you reviewing something you don't watch? I don't get it. I mean, that's to everyone. If you don't review something you haven't seen, I hate that. I hate going on to a live stream and you have like 3 people, and the first guy's like, all right, guys, we just watched Strange New World Season 2. What did you think? They're like, well, I haven't seen it yet, but it looks bad. Why the F are you here? Why are you here? If you haven't seen it, why are you in this panel? Why does he have someone on his show that hasn't seen Star Trek? If they're talking about Star Trek, sorry.
Or the person, like John, should know that his person has not watched it and should not then air them out to dry. So he asked this girl what her thoughts are, and she's like, I haven't watched that. I'm not going to, it's stupid. I don't like whatever.
It's a professional thing. Why don't you watch something before you talk about it?
Or if that person you have on your show hasn't watched it, don't display the fact that they haven't seen it. You just skip over them.
And a professional reviewer should know the difference between a prologue and an epilogue. I'm sorry. That's a silly thing. I'm not even that smart. And I know what the difference is.
That's very smart. Don't do things like that.
I'm sorry. I definitely make a lot less than John Campea. I guarantee you that.
Right.
It's crazy. His takes on this were great. And then he goes on to say, I loved Picard season 1, and you can love it. Fine. I liked Picard season 2 less, but it was still pretty good. Picard season 3 had problems, right? And you're oh my God, stop talking. And then he goes on to say, he actually finishes like, it's no Strange New Worlds, but there's entertainment value there. I'm like, what?
Well, what's painfully obvious is that he just didn't really watch it.
He didn't watch it,
or he's not a TNG fan. It's like
he was complaining about Data.
Somewhere in there is a lie.
Right.
Somewhere in there is a lie because he said too many things that were contradictory. I love TNG. I love these characters. I don't like Picard season 3. Okay, well, that's pretty much impossible. He's an old guy like we are.
Yes,
if he had loved TNG, then he would like Picard season 3. I'm sorry.
If you love TNG, if you are a TNG fan, there's no way you can't watch Picard season 3 and be like, even if you don't like, even if you detest modern Trek, you got to admit there's some good TNG stuff in there.
Well, okay, if you're a TNG fan who just loved like the stories, then maybe you don't love Picard season 3. But if you love the characters of TNG, if you love Data and Picard, and if you love everybody,
sure,
and you're like, I love these characters, then you love Picard season 3. Now it's possible that you showed up for Star Trek TNG and you just like the cool black holes and the ship going fast. If that's the TNG fan you are, then you're not really a TNG fan. I mean, you're kind of a TNG fan. You liked it. But this guy is saying that he's immersed. TNG was his life. It's like the way he talks about it. And then he's just hot and cold back and forth. And it just reminds me of how little respect I have on his takes, because I feel like he hasn't done the work. Like he's not being true.
Yeah.
There's no honesty in what he's saying.
And then he did that thing where he repeats like there is some valid criticism there about like the ship making its Star Wars trench run through the.
I think that is so ridiculous. He's held on to what other people have said. I mean, there's like a very short scene. He said that they completely reenacted A New Hope.
Thank you. And that's what I was going to say. He called it a reenactment of The New Hope. It was the stupidest thing I've ever heard in my life.
Because it wasn't. So yes, the ship flies around, but they don't get in the middle to destroy it. They wait. Yeah. They discuss it. They realize they can't. They got to give it time. It's not a replay of A New Hope. Yeah. They're not picking somebody up on the Death Star on the way out. It's just not.
So I do believe, though, that there is a fair criticism of like the ship, and I'm not sure. I don't know what a giant Galaxy Quest ship can do. I don't know what upgrades Geordi made, whatever. But when the nitpicking nerds come out and say, how can that ship maneuver that way in a Borg cube? How big is it? I don't know the answers for that.
I do.
Hold up.
I do.
Let me finish. But I can tell you this. It is the D upgraded by Geordi and being flown by Data, who might be the fastest, smartest, quickest processing computer there is on the planet, right? I mean, in the universe. So the thing is, I don't have the answers for that, and I'll let you go. But I don't think I needed it. Ultimately, I didn't need any answers there. I can definitely believe that, without any explanation. That's what I'm trying to get to. People complaining about it. I get your complaints. That's fair, but I didn't need it. I didn't need the explanation.
There should be no complaints, though. That's my whole thing. Is like in the 90s, they didn't have the graphics to show us what the D could do. You got to remember they didn't have the ability to do a bunch of dog fighting. We don't know exactly what these ships can do.
We don't know
because we've never had the graphics to show us. This is like the first time that we get a true, ability. And did you see how big that Borg ship was? It was literally the size of Earth. I mean, it wasn't the size of Earth, but if you base it on, no, it wasn't, because when it pans out, it's obviously not the size of Earth.
Right. But they had that establishing shot, Shane, where they actually showed how tiny the D was next to why would they do that? So that it made sense when the D flew into the damn thing.
Yes, that's why I'm saying there should be no complaints. The fact that people are complaining is that they're looking for reasons to complain about it. And in that situation is you don't know what the D can do. Getting it inside, and I think he said something about there's no defensive, there's no Borg. There are no Borg. It's the Queen is really, and then a few of these like barely lifeless Borg that are holding on, which is why the Borg cube is hiding in the eye of Jupiter in the first place.
And why would there be a ton of internal blasters in the inside of the Borg ship? The Borg was it was never.
There are smaller. No, there are smaller.
There is smaller stuff, but it wasn't like it was designed to accommodate a starship, right? The thing is all broken up. There's almost no Borg left. It's in pieces. They even said it's at like 25% or 35% capacity, right? Whatever. It was a low percentage where it was like it was barely. What's that?
I think they were at 65% powers. I can't remember. There was a bunch of numbers.
Whatever it is, but it was like it was definitely on the verge of entropy here.
But we have seen other Borg vessels that do shoot out Borg fighters that go out smaller cubes or spheres or whatever. We have seen that in the past. So I mean, it is possible. The problem is that all the Borg have been consumed by the Borg Queen, who are eating them to stay alive, so she can stay alive long enough to be able to take over Starfleet. So that's the whole story. So, anyways, my whole point here is that when Brian sent that, I'm like, it's just another highlight of a reason why John shouldn't have let Robert go. Now, him letting Robert go is going to be a huge mistake down the road because Robert's going to be way bigger than John ever was.
Yeah.
All by himself.
Yeah. Robert's going to overtake John very quickly.
Robert's an expert at everything he talks about. And you listen to him, you get it. I mean, you hear him talk about it. He obviously has it. So John's going to show, unless he brings other people on to kind of cover for him like he's going to need, he should have never let him go that way. But
yeah, you know what has held Robert back these last 3 years? Him being on Can't Be a Show.
I mean, that's a good way to put it. I mean, I think that he was happy being on Can't Be a Show.
Of course he was.
He liked being a pundit, or he liked being a guy who talked about it. He was happy there.
Yeah. He's doing his job on his buddy's channel. Great. I mean, it's okay. To him, they're partners. No big deal.
Yeah, but to John, they're not partners.
But to John, they weren't partners. So when John kicked him to the curb, well, you actually made a mistake there. You kicked the guy to the curb that is now going to overtake you.
I believe that.
That's like if Pepsi owned Coke and they decided they don't want to sell Coke anymore, go do your own thing. Well, I mean, Coke's going to win. you better. I hope you gave him an anti-compete clause, bro. You're going to have a hard time.
He can't give him that kind of clause. There's no anti-compete because he's letting him go.
Right. We got a super chat from Michael Nemo for $5. Thank you, Michael Nemo. You are a mensch, my friend. Alex Kurtzman has the same love of fans that Pablo Hidalgo does. Who is that?
Hidalgo. Pablo Hidalgo is he basically works for Lucasfilm. So he works on Star Wars. And he's right, because Pablo, he's right, because Pablo hasn't shown any love for the fans, the same thing. And Alex really, I don't know, Alex is trying to make Star Trek. He doesn't really necessarily care about the fans. I don't think he does.
Right.
I mean, he may say like he does. I just think that all these guys are lost on, whether or not they think that they need to cater to the fans. They're like, well, the fans are going to show up anyways. And I hope they're seeing that the fans aren't, because there's a lot of stuff that, look, you and I are watching things because we're here to talk with other people about it. Right. But how many of you guys out there in the chat are not watching these shows or watching a couple episodes and saying, I'm freaking done? And so they need to see that. So when it falls off, it's going to come back. I do believe that the narrative is going to change. It's not always going to stay this way. There will come a time when the fandom strikes back. And I think it's happening right now.
Yeah,
we're beginning to.
I believe that. From Do Elmo. Hey, new super chatter, I think.
No, he did one earlier.
Oh yeah, sorry, new today. I apologize. Do Elmo, thank you for the $2, sir. He said Patrick sadly has the 11s.
Can't remember what we were talking about back then.
We were talking about Patrick Stewart being super old.
We were talking about a lot of different things.
That's true.
Well, come back with a little chat in that.
Yeah, sorry, I do. Sometimes
don't super chat it. Just put it in the chat.
Sometimes we go off on tangents and forgot. But thank you, dude. Thank you so much for that. Message from John Burns. Thank you, John Burns, 279. John, I think I see John literally every week. John, you're awesome, bro. I appreciate you. We appreciate you. He says, like 80s nonstop soap opera shows end after a wedding. Yes, in reference to if Crusher and Picard should get together, or when Chuck and Sarah got together, or in Cheers, or in Frasier, or there's so many shows. What do they say? They say 7 seasons in a wedding. It's 7 seasons in a wedding.
7 seasons in a wedding.
Yeah, 7 seasons in a wedding. So the ultimate goal for a lot of people, a lot of showrunners in Hollywood, when it comes to TV, is to get to 7 seasons in a wedding. That's like the hashtag, 7 seasons in a wedding. Community had that. 7 seasons in a wedding. Supernatural. 7 seasons. Because it's a weird TV trope where at around the seventh season, a main character gets married to another main character or whatever. And it usually marks the end of the show. It's very interesting. Some shows, knowing that trope, have leaned into it and actually delivered some pretty awesome bottle episodes. Like, if you guys have ever seen a show called Supernatural, in the 7th season, Sam gets married to a crazy fan who is a fan of the Supernatural books that are based on the brothers. And it was a very meta thing because it was almost like the show actually exists in that universe, but in book form. And it was very cool. So some shows can do it. Community did it right too. They had 7 seasons in a wedding, but the wedding was, usually the weddings that when they lean into that trope, they don't actually stick, because they don't want the characters to be tied down narratively.
Yeah, that's fair.
Crazy Ghostbusters for $5. Thank you, Crazy Ghostbusters. Paramount should use Star Trek God of Men, Star Trek Phase 2, and other fan-made videos. They have good storylines.
Yeah,
I agree with that. There is some really good. Now let me elaborate. Really good story-wise, fan-made shows and movies and shorts out there for Star Trek. I have a hard time getting into them because I am such a graphic snob, and the production value is always lacking. Not because they aren't good at it, because they don't have any money, and it's a fan project. But the stories are really good, characters are really good. So if you guys want Star Trek content while you're waiting for Legacy and you just can't stomach something else coming up, then go check out like Star Trek Continues and like Star Trek Phase 2, God of Men. Go check out a lot of these fan projects are really quite good story wise. If you can get past the fact that the graphics and the production is rough.
Well, Crazy Ghost Hunters. What they should do is Ghost Hunters. What they should do is they should actually let these people write Star Trek. They should get them in the writer's room. So The people that are making Star Trek fan stuff now are people who would have written the scripts in prior years. Like the people who are spending, like they have to go make fan content because they're so desperate to be in this franchise and make stuff for Star Trek that they just make their own thing. If they would, if Paramount would harness the fan, and CBS has done a terrible job. They're so worried about losing money on Star Trek that they've strangled the fans and strangled fan creativity. They're constantly pulling stuff down everywhere. They had that great group that ended up making the Orville Bridge. They had been making Enterprise bridges for a long time. And they made all the fans take all this stuff down. So if they had just taken those writers and put them in these writers' rooms when they started making Star Trek again, we would have great stories with the incredible visuals that Brian's talking about because they would have had the money. Look at all the money they had for Discovery in the first couple seasons. They could have taken the writers who love Star Trek and made visually stunning Star Trek stuff. I mean, we would be in heaven right now if they had done that.
Oh, I gotta say, so the company you're talking about, that gaming company, they were awesome. We actually talked to them a bunch of times. We were going to do some I think they wanted you to do some voice stuff for their game. I don't know if you recall that.
Maybe. Yeah, we get a few of those.
They were really great guys. I think it's called Seventh Interactive or something like that. I'll find out and put a link. But it's really interesting because they had a full, you can, for free, download the game on Steam and literally walk around the entire Enterprise. They had built the Enterprise as a game engine, as a game, right? They may take them down. So now they switched over to the Orville. But what's fascinating is these guys were so good at graphics and so detailed that for the time it was up, I was able to actually really get my Star Trek itch scratched by just exploring parts of the ship I didn't even know existed because they never showed it in the show, but it was on the plans or whatever, Really cool stuff. And just to add on to that, I actually got to meet a guy. His name is Donnie. This is a couple days ago. He's at our dad's house, bro. He was staying at our dad's house in his B&B, whatever it's called. And he worked, he's one of the guys who works on the giant screen that Discovery and Mandalorian use, that huge 360 degree wraparound screen.
Put the setting screen.
I forgot what it's called exactly, but he works on that. That's his job.
That's new tech. Yeah.
Yeah. And it is so expensive that they have to usually lease out the space. Well, he was actually there because he was building that space at Paramount.
Okay.
Right? He showed me pictures. I have his number. We're going to have to interview him someday. He showed me pictures, and they have thousands of these. They're basically computers, right? Imagine a TV size, let's say 24 inch by 24 inch.
Can you guys tell that Brian's in God's tech mode right now?
I'm trying to make it quick. Okay, I can tell. I'm seeing Brian. This is Shane's brain right now.
I mean, I think it's impressive, but sometimes I don't like to get into details.
Let me just finish real quick. So he's showing me these arrays, massive walls of these computers that are about 24 by 24. They're the controllers for the LEDs the LED screens that fit together in this giant grid where the actor's holding a tracker and they change the events around them, right?
Yeah.
Every one of those computers, $17,000. $17,000 for every one of these computers or controller units, whatever computers. That's what they are. They're basically computers that run a screen that connects. There are thousands of these things, thousands. I'm looking at this and I'm like, there's $1 million. In this picture, there's $1 million. He goes, no, there's $7 million. I'm like, oh my God. And that's not even the screens. That's just the stuff that runs them, dude.
Right.
And it's crazy. They will spend more money on this tech than they spent on the entire third season of Star Trek Picard.
Well, but you got to think how much it's going to. Yeah, it's true. But like, what does it cost them to create a set, go on location, to visually create it? Now they can do it like instantaneously. So I get the reason why it exists. It's essentially creating a setting computer graphically immediately that the actors aren't doing in front of a green screen. So they're actually doing it in the location, but it's all virtual.
Yeah. So, and the reason for that, and this is actually important. So green screens are great. They've been used for a long time. But the actors, aren't able to actually see what their surroundings are and what they're emoting to and all that, right? That's really important. But most important is the amount of time you spend in post trying to get the lighting right when you're using green screens is insane. I've done it. It takes a very long time. So when you are surrounded in the environment you want, the lighting on the characters is natural.
Mm-hmm.
It's perfect.
It's better for the actors, 100% better. I mean, they're immersed in the scene. You're going to get better acting from them. It's a good experience. It's probably worth the money, but before we go, I mean, it's really good. Thank you for sharing that, because I think that's really interesting, and we probably should talk to him to do something. I got to tell you, we've got some breaking news here. This is pretty cool, and we're going to talk about it here coming up. We're going to talk about Spock coming back. You probably saw it on the thumbnail, but we just got an email back. We'd reached out to the Roddenberry Institute, who a lot of the stuff we're seeing coming out right now is, and the reason why, for example, what you were talking about earlier with those fans who had created the Enterprise graphically, right?
Mm-hmm.
One of the reasons why they weren't able to do it is because the Roddenberry Institute, who's been trying to create this, Roddenberry Archives, who've been trying to create this like legacy for Star Trek. They want to create like an experience where people can go online and kind of immerse themselves in Star Trek stuff. So we've been reaching out to them to do some interviews, because they've come up with some really great stuff lately. And it looks like we're going to be interviewing either Rod Roddenberry himself or members of the archive team here coming up pretty soon. So stay tuned for that. That's going to be super exciting.
Oh my God. I want to interview Rod Roddenberry so bad.
Yeah, we're going to talk about it. And they talk about here how Rod is really happy to discuss Star Trek philosophy, history, fandom, and a lot of things. So good news coming up on this channel here, and probably the next coming up weeks, we will be talking to the Roddenberry archives, and we can get to the bottom of some of the stuff. In fact, maybe we could talk about it now, Brian. Can you pull up the video, that wonderful Otoy video that has the Spock deepfake, I guess, if that's what you want to call it?
Yes. Yes. Listen, if there's a super chat involving a topic that we were talking about and we moved on, don't worry, we'll get to that and we'll address it, I promise.
Oh yeah, we're not going.
I'm tracking it. So, 1 second, Shane.
Go ahead and find it. Because this is incredible. Some of the work they're doing is like really good. And if there's a way that
am I allowed to show that video without getting problems?
I mean, it's another YouTube video, so I don't know why you wouldn't.
No, YouTube videos are tracked the same way though.
These are not being broadcast on TV or anything like that.
Okay.
And other people have shown it, so I don't think it's a problem. And I think everybody needs to see it. If you haven't seen this yet, you have to see it. It essentially takes place. It's a scene that takes place. It would have taken place at the end of the movie Generations, which we would all agree that most people would agree that the way Captain Kirk died was just not good. He died helping Picard and saving the galaxy, so to speak, but he also just died in a very unheroic way. I mean, falling from a bridge and then dying underneath it, right?
Yeah.
It was a terrible way to kill him.
Definition of uncool.
Right. And so
it was like them like, look, guys, let it die. We're done with William Shatner. That's what they were saying.
Well, they told him. They said, because William Shatner was like, well, I don't want to be killed. And they said, well, listen, you can either come and be a part of the movie and we can kill you, or we can kill you off screen, because we're going to kill you one way or the other.
That is rough.
So they were killing his character one way or the other. And I got to tell you, but it was actually kind of interesting that they did it that way, because it inspired William Shatner to write more books and to basically not let his character be killed. And we ended up getting a whole series of wonderful novels that actually Kirk ends up living through the novelization. And what I think is cool is having this video that we're about to show you.
The Shatner verse is my favorite.
Yeah, I mean, it's fantastic. Bill was not gonna let his legacy die on screen like that without him having something to say about it.
How did he do that without license rights?
He already had Star Trek license rights. He's been writing Star Trek books way before that.
So he had already had it, and he just like used what he had left, right?
Well, they're not canon, so the books are not canon. They don't have to worry about what kind of stories they tell because they don't connect to them.
They're canon to me, Shane.
Well, that's partly what's wrong with you.
To me, they're
partly the problem.
You know what?
But no,
you, bro. No, I'm kidding.
All right,
Here we go.
Fair.
All right, I got the video up.
All right, so let's check it out. It's not very long, I don't think. It's just gorgeous. So if you guys haven't seen it, please watch this with us.
It's 2 minutes, easy peasy. In fact, I'm gonna remove us from the equation, okay? All right, here we go, everyone. You can still hear our voices though, and I'll turn it up. This is called Spock Regeneration. And for some reason there is and I can't explain this, the number 765874. I can't figure out what that means, but
we'll be asking Rod when we get a chance to talk.
There's a number that precedes every one of their videos, and like I'm wondering, is it just a file name or is there something more? Are they trying to tell a story?
We'll find out. Love that. That's the D.
Yeah, it's absolutely, it's like stunningly beautiful.
Graphics are incredible. Look at that.
Look at that, bro.
That is.
Oh, this is so beautiful.
There's where Kirk's buried. There's his badge. Gorgeous. What?
Like, this is so well done. I'm sorry, I have to pause it here. This is so well.
Can we talk about it after it's done?
But you have to see the detail. Okay, all right.
Yeah, just don't ruin it.
All right.
Yes. My God, was that not gorgeous, guys?
What does the numbers mean? We're gonna have to ask Rod that.
I don't know, but we will. We'll ask him. But yeah, if you want to go back to that part,
yeah, I do.
It's just incredible how they did. When we first saw this, so Dave Cullen sent us over this video first. I hadn't even seen it yet. Dave sent it over and said, "Who made this?"
So he sent over the unlisted one, which
That's
means
the one that was going around.
Yeah, no. he got access to it before the public did, and I got to ask Dave how he got that. By the way,
no, it was being passed around to a lot of people. So no, it wasn't. It had 26,000 unlisted views when Dave sent it to us. Now
I know,
I
saw. Yeah,
over 1 million, or I mean, it's got a lot. I don't know how many it has, but
500,000.
I mean, look at how Spock's aged here. I mean, it's just it's really good in the Generations timeline, and it's like, wouldn't it be great to believe that this is what happened after Kirk died? Wouldn't it have been great to see this? You know, it's just adding to the legacy, adding to what we love about Star Trek.
Yeah, it's you know what? And Dave is actually in the chat. And he just said breathtaking, and it is. It's absolutely like breathtaking. I don't know. So my day job is graphics. I create graphics, guys. Like I do graphics for merch. I do graphics for websites. I do graphics for video. I do motion graphics for all of our videos. You've probably seen it if you watched our Prime channel. I do a lot of graphics. This is so top tier. This is it's perfect. I haven't seen. I don't think we've seen quality like this. This is 3D. This is not. This is not a person.
Yeah, no, it's gorgeous. Can we bring Dave in really quick? He wants to talk about it. I think he's here with us. Can we?
Let me try.
If we can send it in, because I know Dave has a really good take on this. He did a whole video on this, and I'd love for him to give you guys his take if you guys haven't.
Yeah, Dave, I'm gonna send you an email, Dave, if you're hearing me right now.
Yeah, but so basically this is coming. This was actually not created recently. It was created some time ago. Now, what you got to understand about the Roddenberry archives, it's really just coming to us now, everything that they've been working on. I'll try to pull something up, but
email's coming in, Dave. Here it is.
They've been coordinating this for some time. So they've been creating a lot of content to come out with this online portal where you can actually go and enjoy it. And if you go to, let's see where we can go here. There's a link for the Roddenberry archive. So yeah, you can go.
Yeah, I got it right now.
Do you have it?
Yeah.
So there's a whole archive of stuff they've been creating for a long time. And there's actually a portal where you can go and experience some of the things that they've been created. It's got interviews. It's got all kinds of fantastic stuff. We're going to be exploring it over the next several weeks. And this is supposed to be kind of like an online museum for fans. That's the whole point of this. If you love Star Trek, this is some place that you're going to want to go and see all the bridges of all the Enterprises. So they're going to have every bridge of the Enterprise that you're going to be able to do some sort of walkthrough for. And it's just going to have content that we've never seen, content that's specifically created to, make canon, make the franchise more interesting, to kind of expand on different ideas and things that we've had. And it's done with really care and precision. I'm very impressed with what they've done here.
Yeah, come on in, Dave. I sent you an email. I would send you a smoke signal. It might be easier. Dave doesn't use Twitter, so
I don't blame him. Sometimes Twitter is a little bit crazy.
I hear you, bro. Yeah, Twitter's like, so I have a personal Twitter account, and I saw a bunch of followers on there the other day, and I was like, why is there followers on this account? And I guess people just followed it, but like, I don't use it. I don't.
Yeah. So we're waiting for Dave to come in so we can talk about it more. What did you? So we get this kind of story, and it's, even though Leonard Nimoy's not with us anymore, you can sense his sadness, right? Mm-hmm. You can sense the loss that it's just such a really wonderful job.
Yeah, I gotta ask a question, and this might be a weird question, but why did, I know they wanted to kill Kirk off, but why kill Kirk and just bury him on top of a mountain somewhere?
Well, what was Picard going to do? So,
take him back on the ship.
They could have taken him away, I guess, and done that. But there needed to be some sort of burial. They could have done something. They didn't have an Enterprise to do it on no more. The D's crashed, right?
Yeah, it's just sort of weird. Oh, I'm sorry, Dave. Damn it, dude. I am a mess today, you guys. I got you. I'm sending you the password, bro. I'm so stupid. I forgot that was a password. I'm sorry, dude.
Anyways,
sorry, that's the password, bro. I would just say it, but then like 14 people might show up.
Yeah, but hey, let me get on the show too.
Hey, what's up, guys? How you guys doing? Yeah, it's like I just still, to this day, I know a lot of people don't like Generations, and I believe that a healthy reason is because some of the decisions they made, like leaving Kirk's body there. And that's one thing I really love about Terry. Terry was like, that's a travesty.
Yes.
We're going to fix that.
Yeah, so Kirk's body is not there anymore. It's on Daystrom Station.
Yeah.
So we at least know it came back. Is that like the perfect resting place for Kirk? No, but it also creates content in the future. Like if somebody wanted to bring back Kirk in some way, it could be done.
Yeah, absolutely.
He can explore the galaxy with Jack. How about that? Like a cloned version of Kirk or something like that.
Why not? Yeah.
You'd have to, whatever the character is, he's going to have the same attitude and spirit that.
Yeah, I understand. You can't get young William Shatner, but Paul Wesley, and I'm sure he's a fine. I don't know how he is as an actor or a person. He doesn't really look the part. Now, to be fair, we haven't really seen him yet, really in the part. I guess we're gonna see him in Strange New World season 2, where he more has the Kirk swagger, and he's not like the alternate version.
Mm-hmm.
Hopefully, he does it. His physique doesn't really match. Like, he needs to bulk up a little bit, dude. Yeah. Like you need to put some muscle on your neck. It's just you're just too thin. I don't know what to tell you.
We'll see. Well, we got to see what happens in season 2. We've seen one episode. Can we grab some of these super chats while we wait for?
Yes. I can do 14 things, no problem.
Well, I'm just saying I'm happy to do it, but you told me not to.
Yeah, I told you not to. No Money G for $10. What's up, No Money G? Always good to see you, my friend.
We had such a good time. Have we even talked about it here? We haven't, have we?
No.
This is the first time back. So on other streams, we've talked about No Money G. I got to meet No Money G in Vegas last week. Was it last week?
Yeah, last week.
Yeah. So he came out. It was awesome. We got to watch Free Enterprise, Robert Meyer Burnett's movie. We got to watch Attack of the Dock, and it was fun hanging out and sitting with you, No Money G. We had a good time. Took a picture together. I think I have it. I'm not going to dox you like that and show your picture, but appreciate you, brother.
Oh, this is a mess. I'm getting you in, Dave.
Let me read this super chat while you're doing it. So is it trying to make new Trek for the masses, dummies, working out for them? Seems like it's just pissing off the real fans with mostly garbage. I give them credit for great special effects. So, I think this is a good comment. So the thing about it is like the Star Trek fans that we have out there right now that like Discovery and some of these like new Star Trek fans, they don't have the history and the lore and everything that we've been a part of for all these decades that are so important to us. So they're embracing this new stuff going, I don't see what the big deal is. This stuff's great. It's kind of like, when you're used to having filet mignon, and then you have to eat skirt steak, like you recognize the difference. But if you're having skirt steak for the first time and you've never had filet mignon, you might think it's filet mignon. So that's what I would say for those fans. And, the real trouble comes with, the creatives not embracing, not having the understanding that they know what filet mignon tastes like. So. Okay.
So Dave should be here. If you can hear us, Dave. Hey, there he is.
There you go. If my mic is terrible, just let me know. Just messing around with it. We're using a different thing here. And
you sound fine, man. You sound good.
You sound good.
Yeah, I haven't talked to you for a couple of weeks. How you been?
Not bad. Yeah. I'm actually putting together a video about. It will be talking about this Roddenberry archive. Otoy. I was calling him OTOY. Otoy. Amazing. It's amazing clip. But I really have thought about it, and to kind of throw something among the pigeons, because I actually think it's a wonderful project that they're archiving, because that's the purpose of it, is to actually archive all of Roddenberry's work from way back, including concept art, things that were never used, material regarding Phase 2, motion picture, the animated series, also Planet of the Titans. All this stuff is being archived, and they're also building a digital scale model of the Enterprise that you'll be able to explore in virtual world. They're the reason why, if you go to their YouTube channel, while there's stuff in there that sort of looks like motion picture but isn't quite motion picture, and they also have that character Yeoman Colt from The Cage, is because they focus on the motion picture novel that Roddenberry had written, which has a lot of additional material that we didn't see in the final 1979 feature, and you'll see it there on screen. And so that they've done some sort of concept, like little cutscenes, just to give you a sense of what it's might be like, what might have looked like. And they have these two stand-ins. The young lady looks a lot like the lady who played Yeoman Colt, in fact.
Right.
And you can see that Lawrence Selleck is he looks like Leonard Nimoy anyway, but they've done it's mostly prosthetics and makeup rather than CG. Although there may have been some CG touching up, but mostly it's makeup. Now I don't know, like in terms of acting and all that sort of stuff, whether they're capable of doing voices, whatever. We don't hear anything, but they're great stand-ins. So I don't know whether there's an intention for them to produce a movie itself, or if it's just like a representation of what it might have been like if it had gone another way. Rod Roddenberry did talk about the possibility of the technology getting so good they might actually be able to do the entire animated series, but but in live action.
Oh, that sounds so rad.
Yeah, that would be pretty incredible.
And it would look visually and in every other way like it was shot like the original series. So it would feel like the fourth season of the original series. They obviously have all the voice assets and everything else. That's the only way I would ever watch the animated series right there.
I love the animated series. Oh, the animated series is fantastic.
Yeah, everyone likes it but me. I get it, guys. Okay.
Well, it came around when you were pretty young, so.
But guys, I did want to say this because I thought a lot about the usage that bringing back dead actors. I have a problem with it, an ethical issue with it. I know that this is done as respectfully as you can, but here's a consideration for you. And I love everything about this clip. Okay, the shots of the Enterprise D and everything, and how they did that the top of the mountain in Viridian 3.
It's gorgeous.
Consider this. Leonard Nimoy did not want to be in Star Trek Generations.
Yeah, that's true.
Right. And right. I see, I get it. Like actors, their estates and or family members can give authorization for this, but that's not the actor consenting. And that's sort of where I have to draw the line. Why not just recast the role? Just recast the role, because it won't look like him. Yeah, I know, but he's dead. You know, we sort of have to, like, I've no problem with actors being de-aged who are alive, but there's something slightly ghoulish about bringing back a dead actor. I mean, even in Rogue One with Peter Cushing and the performance of Guy Henry, did a great voice, and the CG is pretty good.
Pretty good, yeah.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, you're like, why not just recast the actor? I don't know whether you guys are Doctor Who fans, but
especially that character though, Dave, because we recognize him, but there's a lot of people that you could have gotten someone that looks similar. It was
exactly. You could just get a lookalike. I think that's probably more respectful, because I think the dead should stay dead.
Yeah, I agree.
It's because they could. I think more than
it's a technology gimmick that will get fans to show up. I mean, we've had examples of dead celebrities coming back to sell products, commercials, and things. It's wrong. I think it's wrong. You know, it's very Black Mirror.
So. I would be very concerned with trying to bring Leonard Nimoy's Spock back to, say, a series or a new movie. I think in this case, if it's part of a museum archive, I'm okay with it in this way. If it's like because it's not actually part of the movie Generations, and it's more of a, what would have been like if Spock had visited Kirk's, grave, and it's not actually tied into what the act, because the reason Spock did, or the reason Leonard Nimoy didn't want to do it, had a lot more to do with the production than the fact that he just didn't want to be a part of Star Trek. And I think that I think in this way, if it's done as a museum piece, I think I'm okay with it. But I tend to agree with you. There is some macabre about utilizing these characters after they've passed away in big movies or other ways.
Yeah, I agree with that entirely. I actually, when I saw, I don't know if they got the rights to this, but when I saw the young Mark Hamill in Mandalorian, I was like, I really hope that they are paying Mark Hamill for this, because they just used Mark Hamill, but 30 years ago. But can they?
They did actually. No, they did. It was a combination.
Oh, so he helped.
An actor. Yeah, Mark Hamill was aware of it. They didn't do it without him.
Because I read somewhere that a lot of the Marvel actors, when they get their contract, they also get like their whole body like digitally scanned. Wow. They get digitally scanned. Like Disney owns I guess not the rights to their image, but like the rights to that character or whatever. And
But
like
they're
there's
probably signing off on that.
a serious gray
this
area
is-
there, I think.
But this is not something. I mean, granted, Spock's image is probably owned by CBS Paramount, but I hear what Dave's saying. You know, there's a limit to. You know, I don't think Leonard Nimoy signed off on. Yeah, you can use my likeness after my death to make more Star Trek. That's what you're saying, right, Dave?
Yeah, and there are actors who can do that. That can be a caveat. That's an agreement that they have with the studio, or something they can even put in their will or authorize their family to later. But it's it's interesting because if you really get into the nitty gritty of this argument, look at something like Dumbledore, played by two actors, and that's a really interesting one because Richard Harris played the role. And then Michael Gambon took over. But there was no attempt, the technology wasn't as advanced, of course, but there was no attempt to really make Michael Gambon look identical to Richard Harris.
Right.
And yet it still works. But what's interesting here is there's evidently a spectrum somewhere between we use some makeup and hair and all that sort of stuff to make the person look close enough to the character as opposed to the actor. But then when you go a little bit too far and you try to make it look a little bit too much like the original actor, where is the line exactly?
Yeah.
So you start with hair and makeup, and then you do a little bit of, so you get someone like Lauren Selleck, for example, with Spock there, and you do he looks sort of like him anyway. Maybe he's got a similar mouth or bone structure, face or forehead, whatever. And then you add little bits on, and it's still fine because it's still noticeably not Leonard Nimoy. Right. And then at a certain stage, you approach this uncanny valley where it's still like, oh, that's very close, but still not there. And then at a certain stage, now you cross the uncanny valley, and now we're on the other end of the spectrum where it's like, that's identical to Leonard Nimoy.
Right. I mean, it's the same argument with cloning, right? This is digital cloning. So we don't clone human beings because, oh my God, should we be doing that? So the question though is, should we digitally clone, characters, right? Is that what you're saying, Dave?
Well, yeah. I mean, look, there's lots of productions where we'll never know if Peter Cushing was comfortable being in Rogue One. Like that's my point. And the thing is, we can talk about how respectful it is and how we were true to the character and la 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 la. At the end of the day, it's a dead man's face.
True. That's true.
Do you know what I mean? And when you think about that, now here's the other thing. You get into complexities like, let's say, Paul Walker in Fast and Furious 7, or Oliver Reed in Gladiator. They had consented to being in the movie, and they had filmed maybe half of it or most of their scenes, but they couldn't obviously finish the film because they died during the production. So CG and their brothers came in and helped to finish Paul Walker's performance, for example. So you can kind of make an argument there for a digital likeness being used. I'm sure the actor would have wanted to see the film completed with them in it, and if they couldn't, then the CGI makes up for it. I get it; it's a tool there to get the job done. But if they start saying, "Yeah, we're going to bring Paul Walker back for a future Fast and Furious," that's a very different thing.
Well, that's funny because there are rumors that there is a Paul Walker in this last two-parter, 10 and 11 or whatever it's called. Apparently they finish his story in some way, and they did the same thing. So now, is that okay? It was okay for the movie that he started, but is it okay now that it's been years now? Now it's completely, body doubles and CGI,
Yeah, and the other thing is with AI coming on stream, it's not just the likeness, but the voice and intonation and all those things. It's getting to a point where I wonder where AI is going to go. I mean, you've probably seen a lot of these videos on YouTube where they get the AI to build, let's say, Star Trek: The Next Generation or The Lord of the Rings, if it was a horror movie in the 80s, and it's really impressive. Like, it's very impressive. And you can put whatever theme you want. How far are we away? 10, 15 years away or less from there's no production crew. There's no post-production. There's just a director with an AI sitting in front of his laptop, typing in prompts, and then the AI goes and produces everything.
Yeah,
right.
We're so close to that. I mean, that's been the topic of discussion all week with us is, everything that's happening with AI. I mean, it's getting to the point where, the writer strike is happening at such a strange time when ChatGPT is such is being argued as being a tool to replace writers. That has to be going through their heads, wouldn't you say?
Well, yeah, and moreover, it might be quite lucrative to sell your likeness. Yeah, as a stipulation in your contract or your because they sign these multi-year, sometimes decade agreements with. If it's something like, say, for example, the MCU, you're locked into a contract with the studio for a long time, and it might in the future. But I don't know whether they're already doing that, and that's the reason they're doing these full facial and body scan things. I don't know.
Well, it almost works like it could be, it's very interesting actually, because imagine being able to leave an insurance behind for your family. So you're an actor, like if you use my likeness in the future, yes, you can, but you need to pay my family such and such money. So you could create contracts that would actually create stability for your family after you died. That's actually very interesting.
Well, yeah, if that's an agreement, that's fine. But as we know, the technology probably wasn't particularly advanced by the time Leonard Nimoy. I could be wrong now. I could be speaking out of school here, and I could find out that actually he did sign something. But I'm not. We'll have to find out. Either way, Peter Cushing couldn't have.
Well, it makes you wonder, like when they do sign off on it, like how much when you say, okay, we own Spock's, we own the likeness of Spock, and yet Spock looks just like Leonard Nimoy. At what point do they also own the likeness of the actor? You know what I mean?
Yeah, but that gets into like someone owning your face posthumously. Do you remember the Black Mirror episode where the guy dies and they bring him back using his social media, like extrapolating his social media and photographs? So she's able to talk to an AI recreation of him on the phone, and then it goes into a dummy, and then he's back basically. I was actually reading around that time. It was 2016. I covered an article about how this may very well be possible. And now we hear a few years later, like an AI could probably synthesize you and similar social media posts to you, say on Facebook or Twitter, based on your past archive.
Yeah, Brian's doing it to me right now. He literally has created an AI with my voice. No, he's doing it.
That's true. So Dave, it's funny, as you were saying, I'm like, I know Shane's going to bring this up right now.
Because it's weird.
Yeah. So I actually did clone Shane's voice. I'm using something called Unstable Diffusion. I'm not using one of the websites.
Shit.
He's trying to replace me, Dave.
I use a lot of people use these services. I don't want to pay for things. So I have a supercomputer, literally, and I'm very, well versed in certain coding languages, and specifically, it's interesting. The coding languages revolving around AI, and there's entire GitHub archives out there just with free software to make this happen. So I was able to put thousands of hours of Shane's voice, totally extremely high quality 24-bit WAV files into this system to train it. And then I literally, every time I'm not working, like when I go to bed, I have my computer it just picks up where it is, and it learns how to do Shane's voice perfectly.
Shay-I.
Right.
It's called
That's
Shane.
what it's called. Bro, oh my God, we're on the same page, Dave. I actually called it SHAIN. And now I even programmed my Google Home to use Shane's voice.
It's freaky, Dave.
I'll ask it a question, and it'll be Shane's voice talking back to me.
Shit. This is a freaking Pandora's box. I don't care what anyone says. This came out of nowhere at the end of 2022. Do you remember in 2019 there was a text to speech thing of Jordan Peterson?
Yes, I remember that.
I think he took action or whatever it was, but it got shut down anyway, whatever happened. And you were able to type in, and then it kind of sounded like Jordan Peterson, but it wasn't great. It was very warbly, it was very distorted, wasn't great. And now here we are a few years later, and it's perfect. I'm so I just don't want to get into a conspiratorial thing, but I'm so suspicious of this because I know they're going to they use us to flood the internet with fake stuff, and then they go, "Geez, the internet, you can't trust anything on the internet now, can you?" And therefore, it's a case. I guarantee you, I know where this is going. There's going to be a case made for biometric digital identification to access. You know the way you're already doing two-factor authentication with your phone,
right?
To say that this is you accessing this is you accessing this social media or your bank account, whatever. That's where this is going.
That's frightening.
No, you're entirely right. Here, you want to see something funny? All right, so check it out, Dave. Using the image that I'm using right now for your face, I'm gonna use my unstable diffusion to generate a Dave Cullen character.
Oh my God!
Ready? I'm gonna time me. Just time me. Ready?
Okay.
Someone's walking over my future grave here.
4 seconds, 5 seconds.
3, 2, and
Took less than 10 seconds.
there it goes.
Oh, that didn't hurt at all. That doesn't look like me. What the hell? Looks
Yeah.
like me in the mirror universe.
All right, so that's the mirror universe version. Let's try it again. Ready?
So what? Hold on, Shane. I'm
Is he
just
gonna
sorry,
talk?
Brian. Tell me, what did it extrapolate from? The content that's in that image. What did it take it from?
So the picture in that I am using here, that I pulled off of Google when you came on, I just fed it that image, and then my prompts were basically 3D, Unreal, photorealistic, bright lighting, cinematic, octane, a bunch of code like 825/7, AR-3.2. There's some code that changes what learning model it's using, and that's it. Now I know this stuff really well, so I can do it really quickly, and I'm using my own system to do it. So people that use the services have a little more trouble because they don't have access to the same stuff.
Just explain what it is. Don't give the background. Just explain how to. So it extrapolated that. Can we look at it again?
Yeah.
Oh, that's realistic looking.
So I just did the same one while I was talking, but I made it more 3D. So
What I love about this is it's got way more hair than I actually have.
So you know what's crazy is every model that I generate, I can use that model as part of the learning model. You understand?
Right. To
So
make the picture better and better. Right.
Right. So I can generate a bunch of them and go, these 3 I like, these 18 I don't. Continue using this to learn, and then make it more and more realistic. Add more human texture, make more more photorealistic. And eventually I will get an image of you, and now it can just create whatever pose I want.
Brian, has it occurred to you that this language you're using is actually communicating to an evil alien force in hell, and it's sending this stuff from the netherworld or some place? I don't know.
Yeah, no,
Constantine.
yeah. I figured that's what it was doing. I don't. Look, here's the
Wait,
deal.
later on, we're going to talk about Mrs. What's the name of the show? I wanna say
Mrs. Davis.
Mrs.
There's another one.
Davis.
There's the evil version of Dave at his computer.
Oh my gosh,
1, 2,
Dave.
3, 4. How many? It looks like it almost. Did it get the fingers right? Because usually why does it have a problem? Why does AI have such a problem with fingers?
Because it's really hard to train fingers because they're always in different positions in photos that you're training it with.
Oh, right. Okay.
Yeah. Here, watch. How about this? Here is Shane's voice. I have Shane. He's going to say, Dave Cullen is the sexiest mother on the planet. Ready?
Dave Cullen is the sexiest motherfucker on the planet.
Oh, you guys couldn't hear it, but the chat could. I'm sorry. So the chat just heard it. I'll play it again for them.
Dave Cullen is the sexiest motherfucker on the planet.
There you go. That's AI.
What did I say? What did I get? What did I say?
I didn't hear it.
Yeah, you didn't hear it. I'll send it to you. Dave Cullen is the sexiest mother on the planet.
Okay, here we go. Dave Cullen is the sexiest motherfucker
Dave
on the
Cullen
planet.
is the sexiest motherfucker
Is that what it sounded
on
like?
the planet.
I don't know, chat. You tell me, chat. Yeah.
right.
So here's the deal. People are like, you shouldn't be using this stuff, but it's already here. I'd rather be well versed in what is clearly happening than be left behind. You know what I mean? Especially on YouTube.
Yeah, I'm just going to say this now. I will never, ever use an AI. It takes me forever to record my videos. I mess up a billion times, but I'm still going to keep it as analog as I can. I say that while I'm sitting in front of the computer,
yeah,
but I'm going to
Dave.
stay analog.
Me and
Somebody
you,
has
Dave.
to be disconnected from fleet formation mode. Am I right? You're looking at the last guy not tied into the system.
So I'll tell you this. I told Shane, I made a vow. I will never use Shane. The Shane is Shain. I would never,
Shane. All right, Shane.
I would never use Shane to actually generate like full-on scripts, but I have used it to correct words that he said incorrectly in our main videos. So like, because I hate putting something up and then there's like 15 comments saying this was wrong or whatever. So when I hear it, I can go, well, I can just generate that one word and stick it in there to fix it. So that's what I use it for. I'm not using it to actually generate all of the content, just what we mess up.
For now.
Well, listen, question.
Until you get rid of me.
Shane, I want on record right now. Shane, what if you pass away, God forbid? Do you want me to continue with Shane?
Only if my family gets the money.
Okay, I will make sure. So we have agreement. I will make sure that we split the money the same way, but your family gets your cut.
Yes.
And I can use your voice in perpetuity. This is a binding contract.
Yes, I knew this is what you were planning. This is good. This is good.
I did it because like when you say data instead of data, I gotta fix it.
But you know, this is, you know, seriously where this is going. So we've had automation replacing blue collar work. This is going to replace white collar work now, and it's someday we'll all be gone. But lullabies go on and on; they never die.
Nice.
That's how you and I will be, Bruce Springsteen.
It's true. I mean, it is. It's weird. And I think what you said earlier was the best part. Was it just came out of left field? None of us saw this coming. I think it's that dang Chat GPT, and it's just, well, they started with the images, right? So you could feed it. What's that program, Brian, that you use for?
There's a bunch. There's
Midjourney?
there's Midjourney. There's a lot.
So it started.
I've
with
learned that
Midjourney.
Midjourney is actually not that great because there's so many restrictions on it. Like you can't even like ask for like long hair anymore. It's like sexualizing women or something.
But you started with the Midjourney. And then
Damn, it's hilarious.
ChatGPT, right? So we got Midjourney, ChatGPT. So we started with visual. Now we've got audio. Now we've got scripts, you know, and whole scripts are being written in ChatGPT, and it's not perfect yet. But
to
it's
be
gonna
fair,
get there.
listen, I have played with this a lot. I have probably wasted too much time on this. I'm gonna be straight with you. The technology is definitely not there. There's over 10,000 hours of processing time now accumulated to learning Shane's voice, and it still doesn't do it right. Like there's still weird moments. I sent you that one, Shane, where it's like you were reading and then all of a sudden halfway through the phrase the AI gets like this weird dark. It's like, hey, today is Thursday. We're having a great day. Tomorrow is Friday.
Yeah, well, that's just simply the demon coming through from hell. I'm telling you, it's possession. You know that
it's so random, and there's no way to like fix it or even like and change like the inflection. You have to generate like so many versions of the same thing just to get one that is usable, not perfect, just usable.
Well, I'll tell you one way in which it most definitely will manifest, and it will save all sorts of time, rendering time, studio time. It will cut out CG artists. Is if someone says, okay, so maybe you're Terry Metalis, for example, and you say, I want a fleet of Federation starships, and the AI would just go off and do it. There won't be a need for heavy duty conventional rendering because it'll just look for, you know, material from Star Trek that already exists and just extrapolate from there.
Well, see, the problem with that is, and this is another thing, everything is being based on, so the internet is what allows the AI to actually work because it's based on learning from previous things. Eventually, if you actually start utilizing AI to generate 3D models or images and people stop creating new things, eventually it'll become garbage. Because and this is a fact, once AI starts to learn on itself, on its own images, it's almost like multiplicity. A copy of a copy of a copy of a copy. Once you get to that level where it's ancestrally learning from itself, the images are like, there's something out of hell. They don't make sense. I have trained images on its own image sets, and over time, it gets so wild and so insane that no matter what you type in, you just get back crazy abstract nonsense. So there has to be people creating new things for the technology to continue being useful. It cannot stand on its own.
It's literally feeding on us. It's like it's harvesting us. Suckling on us.
Yeah. It's like the Matrix, the robots and their batteries.
So AI is literally a parasite, and without humans feeding it creative things. It has no idea how to do it on its own. So if it starts to feed on itself, it's really bad. And in fact, I've tried to generate scripts, and they always start off fine, but they start to go crazy. Like it's the scripts will literally forget the own characters it's talking about. I'm like, what is it? Is this Discovery writers?
See, I'm telling you. See, I write the scripts and I do the voices, right? So Brian's trying to write the scripts and he's copying my voice. You guys see what's happening here. If I disappear, I want everyone to know it was this guy right here.
Well, I tell you what, I
true.
saw.
I will never replace you, Shane.
Something was shared on Telegram a few days back, and it was, I don't know who put this together. I don't even want to look at it again. It's so disturbing. It's an AI generated beer commercial.
Oh, we saw that.
Oh man, it's been going around. I'm sure you've seen it, maybe fun on Twitter or something, but I don't recommend people look at it. It's nightmarish. It is so disturbing. You're probably going to bring it up now, aren't you?
I am, yeah.
I'm going to click off for this because I can't see it because it's just so.
I want to actually play it. I'll just show you guys the screenshots.
So, well, that's the part he doesn't like.
It's fine. It's fine. Go ahead.
Oh, they're barbecuing. All right.
Yeah, it's normal.
Barbecue.
Look at this.
Boy, that fire's awfully high. All right.
Yeah, and you know what's funny? Look at this guy right here. Look, he's holding his beer behind his back. You see this?
That's what we all do, guys.
There's some people literally, just Gavin, what are you doing? I'm just drinking a few cans of beer. Literally drinking a can itself.
Oh my God.
Drinking actual bottles. Not so much the liquid, but the bottle itself.
They're having so much fun.
This is total nightmare for you. Look at this is a beer bottle inside of a beer
Right now the computer's like, keep laughing, MFer. Keep laughing.
Look at this one.
Look at that.
There's one of the characters is a beer bottle.
It's like a Snapple or something.
Look at this thing. There's like random parts of the house like just on fire.
Everybody's so happy.
Isn't there somebody like drinking fire or something at one point?
Yeah, this is like Black Mirror shit. Right? This is what this is. Look at this.
Oh my God, that was weird.
I'm gonna play this.
Sorry,
at, like...
Dave. Oh my God, look at this. What the hell is she about to do?
Look, there's a mic coming out of it. Look at this. Oh my God, it's so weird. It's so weird, bro. Look at parts of the house are on fire for no real reason.
Well, it is a barbecue. Come on.
Look at,
oh my God.
She's making out with it. Look at this one.
Oh, that looks dirty. I'm sorry. That looks just dirty.
This is a beer can connected to a keg. This is wild. Look at that.
There are companies that are using this, and actually, the thing about it is, all forms of art have their own. I suppose maybe the idiosyncrasies is the wrong word, but this is actually part of AI, and so you can see it becoming a sort of a theme of AI. We'll probably start seeing this sort of stuff showing up in advertisements, and people just think, oh, it's normal because it was generated with an AI. Not all this kind of freaky stuff, but
look at this is freaky. This AI.
No, this is not all AI though. So this is an example of using AI and then my own design skills to create this image.
Oh, that's amazing.
Right? So this is Shane. Shane sent me a picture of him looking at the camera. For some reason, he looked like really sad. I don't know why.
I don't feel like I look sad. I looked serious.
Well, whatever the word is. Anyways, I was trying to adjust the image, but he sent me a picture cropped. So he has no body. Part of his head was missing. And I just had his face. So I literally generated a scene, like a background scene. And then I drew in the pieces that were missing. I added the lightning and the fire and all that. And I put his face on top of the AI generated hair. And I cleaned it up. I waved it out and I brushed it.
So is this Shine?
This is what I assume Shine looks like.
Okay.
The AI version of Shine.
I just want you to know his arms are in fire right now.
Well, because you're forging our next episode, bro.
Yeah, you look a little bit Riker-esque, I think. Older Riker there.
Right? Yeah. So he's forging our next Popcast Prime episode. That was the idea. I wanted to do it, but the image he sent me was missing parts of the image. I couldn't digitally create this on my own. So I used AI to generate pieces of it and then put it together as a composition.
Or I'm making a batleth. One of the two.
Anyways, but this is where AI should be an enhancement as a tool for artists. It shouldn't replace artists.
So you know those videos on YouTube where they do like a slideshow of what Lord of the Rings would look like if it was an 80s horror? Are they doing the same thing? It's like they're using the AI as like the baseline, and then someone's coming in and photoshopping the rest and doing artistry on the rest of it.
100%.
Doing all that.
Yeah, okay. a lot of the AI art you see where you're like, whoa, that's amazing. AI art's advanced. No. Someone who is an artist is generating something that is half usable and then adding, correcting, changing, brushing, and modifying that to become the masterpiece you see. It's not complete. It's not all coming from AI. It's just not.
Can you use the picture you started with and put it next to the one that you created so we can see the difference? Or
sure.
How the two are compared? Because it is interesting. I mean, I looked at it. I'm like, well, that looks pretty cool. But I think Dave's right. You know, how far we take this is, I mean, my God, when are we not going to be able to know the difference between reality and fantasy?
Yeah, this is the image you sent me.
And can you put it next to the other
so that's the original. Okay.
Yeah. Let me try put it next to the next one.
Well, I'll tell you where it goes, Shane, is right now there's musicians using it for their clients. They're putting together something for them, or maybe they're putting together music for, say, a commercial or a jingle or whatever it might be. And they're using AI as an extra sort of tool or crutch or whatever to help them get, they don't have to go through all their samples again. The AI is sort of learning what they want. And so it's speeding up their workflow for sure. But there's going to come a time when, whether through interfaces or through just learning, the client will be able to go directly to the AI and cut out the middleman. And there'll be more and more of that happening. Certainly, as I've described there, CG artists being one such industry where you might see, there'll still be not guys needed for cleanup, and touching up things here and there. But who knows how much of the workforce is going to get slashed by AI?
That's possible. I believe that is one possibility, but I also believe that another possibility is that art can, in the right hands, I believe that you can use this as inspiration to create even better things.
In the right hands, but those hands might have 7 fingers. That's the only problem.
Yeah, that's true. So here's the original picture Shane sent. Notice, like, it's still his face. It's complete. It has a different tone to it. There's more texture to it. His hair is brought back a little. I added a little more hair to make him look a little more macho. You know what I mean? It's still his general build, but you see the picture he sent me was cropped. Like, I couldn't actually use it. And it's so hard when Shane sends me pictures. I don't want to go back and be like, send me a different picture, because I'm just going to get like 15 more back that are wrong. So I try to just use what he gives me. But you have to understand, if you're going to give me a picture that I'm using in a composite, I need to see at least the top half of your body. You can't just cut off entire portions of your body, because I have to use it in the composition. Come on, man. You're killing me.
All right, well, I'll do better next time.
Sorry. Anyways, but like, there it is. That is his face. I didn't use AI to generate this entire image. I used it to enhance the image, and that's the difference.
I can definitely see people like using on dating websites. They'll use the AI to make their photographs look better or something. Or they'll even, like, when you're using a voice over IP, when you're chatting to someone, the video chat, they might use an augmented face that's perfect, indistinguishable from a real person, but it's just an enhanced, maybe younger, better looking version of themselves.
I think you're right, Dave. And I think the people who are going to lose their jobs first are going to be the people who do the storyboarding. So storyboarding isn't a product that you need to put in front of the fans, and it can be something that's got more, the edges don't need to be perfected. So I think the production designers are going to be the ones hurting first when they realize we can just AI generate our entire storyboard for our movie. That's what I think is going to happen.
Here's what I look like after I've lost about 30 pounds. And I put on about 10 pounds, 25 pounds of muscle.
That looks almost like it looks like a graphic, though.
Yeah, I know. I intentionally made it look like a comic book.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. Again, though, this was like, I used AI to start this process, but I completed it. Like, the version of the comic book version of Brian looked like garbage. Like I was missing entire features.
A couple of modifications there, and it's sort of Wolverine-esque a little bit.
Yeah,
maybe.
I think so.
Yeah, that's what I was going for. I'm glad you noticed. It's good.
You picked the right guy.
Yeah. Anyways, yeah. So this is a AI in a nutshell. I love that. I love that video. I hope they continue. I do like the idea of what you said when I agree with you. The actors. It might be better if they did that without Spock. We don't know if Leonard Nimoy would want to be part of it, but as a fan, I like seeing Leonard Nimoy, so I'm torn.
Oh, of course, yeah. I mean, look, I do appreciate the technical aspect of it. Now, again, even if they just use prosthetics and makeup, it's still incredible work. It's still amazing that they did that, and as well, like it's not for profit, right? So there's that other aspect of it, which I do acknowledge. But it's an interesting line that somewhere along that spectrum, it veers from, it's not him to it's not him. It's kind of oh, it's him, right? And that's where you run into the question mark.
I think you're right. While we got you here, Dave, have you any thoughts on Star Trek Legacy and kind of what you wanted to see moving forward?
Oh, that's an interesting question because I've thought a lot about about what the original configuration, because before everybody found out that the Titan would be renamed the Enterprise, which as the weeks have gone on, I don't know where you guys are with this, fellas, but I'm actually like, I really wish the Titan had stayed the Titan, because I look at that, the Titan, the Constitution 3 class is based on, I always forget the name of this, Shangri-La class, right? I didn't realize it's actually identical to it practically, right? And I just don't think that that class, I think it's still a beautiful ship in its own right. I just don't think it's strong enough to have the Enterprise name. It's not big enough. It's not, it's just not imposing enough. But at any rate, that's a personal sort of aesthetic thing. I wish it stayed the Titan. And I wish we'd had a Star Trek Titan show, Shaw, 7 of 9, the other characters. And that would have been great. But I when it comes to Legacy, the talk of bringing Shaw back and in some configuration and going forward with this current cast, yeah, okay. If it happens, it happens. But to focus on, again, about this, in this case, Todd Stashwick is alive, but Shaw is dead. I recently saw an interview there with Terry Matalas talking about how maybe Shelby is alive. Mm-hmm. And more than likely, if they come back, they'll bring her back. And then I think there's some talk of maybe Rolaran even. And I'm sort of going, look, death has got to be final or it means nothing.
Yep.
There are ways of bringing Todd Stashwick back as Shaw. You can do flashbacks. We know that he was commanding the Titan for 3 years before the events of Picard. You can do a mirror universe. You can do alternate time. But if you bring him back, because I did say I wanted to see him again, but now I'm sort of like, it's cheapening death. All these death fake outs that we're getting. It's meaning that when you watch it again, you're like, oh well, now I know he's not dead, so I don't really have to care.
Right. No. Death has to mean something, or else we're just watching a comic book TV series.
Although I think it would be interesting though if you brought Captain Shaw back as like a hologram.
Yeah.
And then he had to somehow deal with his own life, and there being some sort of dichotomy between being the hologram and being once a living person.
I gotta say, and the reason why I like that so much is because I believe that there is a drastic there's not enough use of the hologram. Like dude, the Doctor is a successful, character. Mm-hmm. And in canonically in the universe, it's a successful idea. Like, it's a really cool character. It worked. He served the Voyager well. Why not explore that with other hologram characters? I don't understand why you wouldn't. It would add more it gives you more ability to tell some more stories. And wouldn't an emergency engineer hologram make a lot more sense, considering it can go where other engineers can't? There wouldn't be a Star Trek 2 if there was an emergency engineer on that deck to go in that room.
Well, and imagine how much you would get from Stashwick and from Captain Shaw if He was an engineering hologram that has to deal with the fact that he was once the captain of the ship and have that sort of sarcastic.
Yeah.
Oh, and now he has to do all the dirty jobs.
Right.
Yeah, and he's literally looked down on. He's like, God damn it.
It could be an interesting. I don't know if they'd look down on him, but it would definitely be an interesting way to see that character going forward, but still respect the death. You know?
And he's like, I used to have a penis.
That would be funny.
He's contacting chief engineer. Listen, you think you can code in a penis? Just shape it. Give me like 3 inches more than I did before. That'll work too.
The Enterprise was supposed to be the Picard, so it wasn't supposed to be the Enterprise. That it was not even going to be the Titan. It was going to be renamed the Picard. So if you look at that last scene, Dave, where where Jack's in the shuttlecraft with him, Beverly, and Picard, and they kind of go through this kind of weird thing where Picard's like, "You didn't tell us where you were going to be stationed or whatever, where we're going," and he's like, "Well, I didn't want to be nervous for you," and then he says something to the effect of, "A name is everything."
Yeah.
Well, when you pull up over that.
Yeah, you can see Patrick Stewart he's breaking down.
Yeah,
a little bit, which he shouldn't have. If it was just the Enterprise, he would have gone, "Oh, that's very nice. Thanks for doing that." But
but it was supposed to be the Picard, and so when they made the change to the Enterprise, and I think the reason that it was explained was they wanted the Titan to have the same sort of growing up story that everybody else did. Like that, they wanted them to have it went from being this little ship to kind of being, and the same way the next generation went from being, less to more. They wanted to have that dichotomy with the Titan growing up to be the Enterprise, which, looking back on it, I think I'm with you. I'm like, the Titan kind of earned its stripes. So to name it the Enterprise is tough. Good fan service, good. The fans love seeing, that there's an Enterprise G out there, but I think you're probably right.
Well, I had this idea. I made a video about this, and I would have loved. This would have been ideal. So, the mid credits. Oh, sorry, the mid credit scene with Q and Ed Spiller's character was wonderful. But imagine if there was like a post credit scene. This would have been even better. So, let's go with that. What you said there. The Titan is renamed the Picard, or it remains the Titan, whatever. So. We go back to the Fleet Museum, and Riker's in a shuttlecraft with maybe Deanna, and there's some other admiral there, and Geordi's there. And Riker's like, "Why are we going back to the Fleet Museum?" And they fly in, and you see the Enterprise D being modified, being worked on. And he says, "Well, Captain Riker, our fleet was decimated." Okay, and the Enterprise D she still holds up pretty well. I mean, she kicked the crap out of a Borg cube and she ripped that thing apart. I mean, she's still got it. She's still got it after all these years. She was meant to last 100 years, and we thought, why don't we put her back in service? And Geordi's like, "Yeah, I'm gonna have to make some upgrades to the power systems and the warp drive. Might have to add a third nacelle." So and then just go from there. So he goes on the bridge. It's been modified. And so they he sits in the chair and said, "Look, Captain, the command is yours if you want it. I'm just saying." So we're getting up to all good things. And I was thinking, man, the ship could have a cloak. And it could have got the cloaking device like it had in All Good Things from the Titan, right? Yeah. So total missed opportunity. And then the last shot is of Riker sitting in the Enterprise D bridge, captain's chair. And it closes in on his face. And he says, "Well, I always wanted a shot of this chair one day." Bang. That's your ending. That's your series. Do your 10-part Riker series leading up to him becoming an admiral, and then we can retire the Enterprise D again. But let's say we're just putting the D in the Galaxy X Dreadnought class configuration for 1 year while the Enterprise G is being built, or something like that.
That's cool.
That would be great.
Yeah, and you could have done a Riker series. And let's be real, everyone would want to see a Riker series.
Well, what's cool is Frakes wants to keep acting. So before doing Picard season 3, he was like, "I'm done with acting." But it sounds like he has had this resurgence where now he's like kind of looking for more roles. So he would keep doing Riker, I think, if they offered it to him.
Man, that would be so awesome. God, the Dreadnought D, and it would make sense. Like, it needs time before they're working on the next G or whatever. And you're right, because the fleet was decimated. People were saying, "Well, there was only a few ships destroyed." But there's that last shot where they're literally flying the D and the Titan through a graveyard of ships. There are hundreds of ships on screen.
Well,
There's
we don't
wreckage, entire like just floating derelicts of ships.
We don't
Like,
know how many ships there
we
were.
don't know exactly how many, but that last shot, there were a lot.
A
They
lot
were-
of ship. Here's a question for you. I got a question for you because they sort of there was a reconfiguration made in the edit in the final episode. I think you don't know what I'm talking about. So before the scene in the main space dock when there's the reveal of the Titan and Picard is there with Beverly and Jack. Before that, they go back to the Fleet Museum 1 year later, and they're wearing the same costumes from the year before. So clearly, this scene was supposed to happen shortly after they defeated the Borg, and they decided to put it like they were decommissioning the Enterprise D. See, I don't know whether Riker, Picard, and Geordi just went back a year later to say hello to the Enterprise D and then goodbye. Or was the Enterprise D, I got the impression that it was being laid to rest there in the museum and then they were shutting it down, right? That's the impression I was given. If so, was there a year where the Enterprise D was back in service that whole time?
Oh.
Perhaps.
Oh,
I mean,
interesting. Because
they didn't shut it down for a year.
They didn't shut it down for a year. Oh, that's interesting. Oh, so there might actually be a story there. They didn't decommission it for a year. I didn't catch that.
They see what they brought it back and they removed the third nacelle because that whole story I mentioned just happened over the course of that year.
There you go.
Well, there you go. So Dave called it here.
That's a really cool idea. Yeah, it's weird. Why would it take so long to decommission it?
This is why it's good having fans telling the stories, because this is how you honor stuff. Now, of course, we want to keep moving forward. I think that's what Dave's talking about. Imagine a Riker series moving forward in Trek time, as opposed to more exploring the past. We're done exploring the past. Do we agree, guys?
Yeah, I'm done with the past.
Oh yeah, go forward into the future. Sorry, I'm eating a sandwich. Go forward into the future. Go to the 31st century. Give me Starfleet Academy. That's what I want to see. I want to see Tilly as a career guidance counselor. I want to see a statue of Michael Burnham, please.
Yes, statue and probably age 13 to 16, just kids learning how to be Starfleet, but with all the typical problems that young teenagers have in life. I want to see that 22 episodes.
Shut up.
And lots of back chat in class and on the bridge.
I'm not listening to you, teacher or captain, because I don't have to anymore.
Get off my ass, sir. Sir.
They should rechristen the Discovery the New Enterprise and let it be its own character.
What's wrong with you, man?
Because the Sphere data now it has emotional problems. It's sentient. Dude, it could be such a great show, right?
The USS Your Saucer has a massive hole in it. And in order to get from one side, from the center to the outer rim, you have to go through one particular section. This is ridiculous.
This is the silliest concept. And it's funny, they took the Discovery, which was already silly and stupid, and then they removed the nacelles, and you're like, oh, cool. So we're just doubling down on all the silliest nonsense. All right, cool. Love this.
Very cool.
All right, Dave.
Well, appreciate you, Dave, coming on. I know that it's late there for you, but open invitation for you to come on Raw Rant on Mondays. We love having you there and all of your takes.
Looking forward to it. Well, hopefully we got some Star Trek that we actually want to talk about. That news coming out. I know you guys did a video about Legacy, and you had me sold there. So
good.
maybe you know something I don't. I don't know.
I think it's more of a feeling, like just because we've been so close to it all this time. It's like when the winds of change, like literally changed.
Like literally.
It literally, like everything changed. And all of a sudden I had this realization. I'm like, oh shit, that means something's happening.
Yeah. Like it went from everyone giving us progress updates on Legacy to everyone being like, oh, I can't really talk about anything right now. Well,
nobody said that.
Well, no, yeah, right. But completely silent. It's almost like no one wants to spill the beans.
No, but it's just everything got real quiet.
Yeah.
So, and that usually means that there's something going on.
Well, it might be the way that we might hope. It could be that, Section 31 was supposed to be a series. Now it's going to be a TV movie, and maybe that's what he's Maybe
Do
that's
you know what I think is going to happen? If I'm being real honest with you, I think what's going to happen is, I think that the Janeway 7 of 9 miniseries that's been whispered about for a long time that they kind of want to do, I think that's going to be proffered into the Star Trek Legacy, and I'm hoping that they give that to Terry. If that's successful over like, you know, a 3 or 4 hour thing, then they'll turn it into an actual show. That's what we're hoping.
Yeah, I'm down for that.
Maybe. I just wonder where this leaves the likes of Ed Spaliers, because I got the impression he was going to be the main character of Legacy.
Yeah, for sure. And they still want him. I know they do. But the thing is Ed's hot, man. He's burning down Hollywood with his performances. So if they don't do something quick to get him, it's good. They're going to Michelle Yeoh him. You know, they're doing this movie with Michelle Yeoh because she can't commit to a series. Honestly, that's what it is. She's too big, and Ed is going to be in the exact same spot.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
Fun.
Gentlemen, I'll run off here. But
Thank you,
great
brother.
to talk. Look forward to Raw Rant.
For sure.
Appreciate
I'll see you then.
coming on, brother.
Right.
Take care. Bye bye.
Dave is awesome. That guy.
I love it when he just pops in because, you know, the thing about Dave that is so wonderful is his takes are usually very fresh. You know, they're very nuanced. You know, you get this whole different view of it. That's why I love watching his videos. If you guys aren't subscribed to Dave Cullen's channel, make sure you guys do that. We'll leave it in the chat below.
You know what's interesting about Ed Spaliers, bro, is that I actually was able to get my wife to watch Star Trek Picard, at least the first couple episodes. I haven't gotten her past that yet. And if you guys don't know my wife, she's not a Trek person. She is she's a girly girl, and she likes girl stuff. Not saying that Star Trek can be girl stuff, but she likes like classic, you know, she likes novellas and stuff like that. Anyways, so the way I got her to watch it was I was like, hey, you know that show you watched, Downton Abbey? She's like, yeah. I'm like, you know that character you really like a lot? This character over here? She's like, yeah. I'm like, he's in this show that I love so much. You got to check it out. He's really great. And she's like, oh, well, I'll try it out.
Well, that's one way to get it. So we do have some more Trek stuff to talk about, but I think we have lots of super chats we need to probably get to.
Yep. We have super chats, and before we go into the member section here, tell us up.
We're not even member section bound yet. We got stuff we still got to talk about.
Okay, so before then, I need to push the member section thing.
We'll talk about it. We are going to be talking.
I gotta push the actual start time so it doesn't start.
Oh.
Yeah, I tell you, having the
I
two.
forgot. See, we didn't talk about this in advance.
Having
We
the
really
two member
should run through
sections
this.
is difficult.
Well, we should. You said we're going to have a hard out, but we didn't discuss it before. So
We did discuss it.
last week we did. We didn't discuss it today.
We didn't discuss it today.
days
You're
ago.
right.
Yeah.
Hey, from TN Toys. Thank you, TN Toys. I appreciate it for £5. Previous comment wasn't relevant as the conversation moved on. I'd like Legacy to revisit more TOS aliens like the Tholians, etc. Yes.
Oh, yeah.
There is some TOS aliens that are just missing. So this is actually something that annoyed me a little bit in Enterprise and in Discovery and in Strange New Worlds. Every incarnation of Star Trek, for some reason, they keep introducing new aliens. That's okay. You can introduce new aliens, but there is a library of aliens that we've already been introduced to that we haven't gotten any more of. And we got a little bit of the Tholians in Enterprise, but there is so much more that I would like to know about that race. The Organians, there's a lot, dude. There's so many aliens that are fascinating from TOS era and even TNG that just sort of, they're just gone. And super powerful races like the Tholians shouldn't just be gone.
No, that's a good point. Even not super powerful races like the Horta, you know, the mother protecting its young. I would love to just see, you know, what's an update on that creature. You know, just little things like that. I agree. I would love. They should sprinkle these things in, and not as fan service, but, you know, make them important parts of. I mean, they've already been created. Why not? And the problem is people always want to do their own thing. They want to do something new. Why did we have to have on Discovery? Why did we have to have
Saru's Kelpians?
Saru, right? Saru.
Yeah.
Why did we have to have a Kelpian? I mean, why couldn't it just be any one of we talked about this before, complained about it. They wanted to create something new instead of go with something we knew. And
but they could have, instead of creating something new, they could have put their mark on something that was already there and updated it, made it better.
It would have been too hard to follow the canon. They'd have to, oh God, we got to go back and watch old stuff. And what if we get it wrong? Let's just start something new. And that's part of the problem with people who write Star Trek today is it's not important that they go back and figure out what it is we've done before. They just want to start over.
Yeah. I want to know more also about Artemis, is it Artemis? The giant, the sentient mud, the sentient tar pit.
Oh, from TNG?
Yeah, I want to know more about that race. I mean, it's a weird thing to want to know, but like, if it's so smart and it has the ability to affect its environment so well, there should be like an entire race of those things on that planet.
Star Trek today, new Star Trek would be 1,000,000,000% better if they just added more, story to some of our old creatures. Mm-hmm. Plain and simple.
I agree. Entirely agree, my friend. You know what they could do? What if we took the Gorn and made them sort of like the aliens from the Alien movies?
No. They've already done that.
No.
They already messed that up. Sorry.
From John Burns. Thank you, John Burns. Listen, by the way, next week I'm working on a tracker. And it's going to track everyone's contributions via super chats and memberships to our channels, I guess. And it's gonna live track everyone's information on screen during any of our shows. So I'm trying to make that happen. I guess we could just do an image or whatever, but I want to make it so that it's updating as people contribute and help out the channel.
Yeah, we want to show you guys thanks for your support and make sure you get the recognition you deserve.
Yeah. John Burns being one of the guys that always super chats, teen girl version of Star Trek, just no Velma.
Wow, that Velma, I don't want to go deep into this at all, but that Velma was so disturbing.
So
being a Scooby-Doo fan, and we've always kind of a little bit had the hots for Velma. She's the nerd chick, right?
Kind of? Are you kidding me? That's like my main cartoon waifu.
I mean, I had a Daphne thing when I was a kid.
Bro, my wife dressed up as Velma 2 years ago for Halloween. I almost had another set of twins.
Original Velma was not sexy. Okay, so
to me she was.
But my point is like when they like start making the characters a little bit naked, you got to be like getting a little confused. So
Jinkies. Well, especially considering they're in high school. These are like 15-year-old cartoon characters.
Very weird.
It's very weird. So, it is.
Good call, John.
And they open up the Velma show with like, literally, it's like a scene on a Porky's.
It's a shower scene.
It's a shower scene. It's crazy. I'm like, huh.
that was the. Yeah.
Don't know how I feel about this.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
It was confusing.
Yeah, I mean, it certainly wasn't Scooby. It was like there was a cartoon, there was a animation somebody made a couple weeks ago. Really cool. It was really dark, and it showed like the different versions of Scooby-Doo from the original all the way to Velma. Different versions, and they were like glitching in and out of each other, and then it was revealed that Scooby the dog was actually like an alien parasite, and he was sucking like their life force, and that's why they were experiencing these different realities. And Velma figures it out, and he was like, "Why do you think you can always communicate with me?" And it was like, oh, like, dude, the way this thing made it into a horror movie, made 50 years of Scooby-Doo into a horror movie in like 2 minutes was awesome.
Oh, it must have been the AI thing that Dave's talking about.
No, this wasn't done with AI. No, this was like someone actually drew it out. It was very, very cool. From Michael Nemo, again, Michael Nemo. Thank you, Michael Nemo, for $5. Campia is a great resource, actually. If he hates something, it's probably really good. And vice versa.
That's a good point, Michael. Yeah.
This is what when Campia just heard you say that, this was his face.
Oh my gosh! Can you pause it on here for a second? Look at how happy everyone looks. I'm sorry, Rob. I'm sorry, Robert. You probably don't want us to do this, but look at how unhappy everyone looks in that picture. So glad to be there with John. Listen, we don't normally hate on people. I don't. That's really weird. Look at it's from Ant-Man and the Wasp: Quantumania. It's what is that? Mordock.
Modoc. Man, come on, bro. Yeah. Yeah, look, I don't know why they shared this image. Like everyone there looks unhappy.
I I had a really good.
Are they
time.
talking about a school shooting or what? I don't get it.
Although I got to tell you, I had a really good time. See the guy in the back left there?
Yeah, that's Ray.
Guy? Ray, I had a really great time with Ray in Vegas. We spent some time together. He is a hilarious dude. He's also John's brother-in-law.
Brother-in-law, yeah. Yeah, I don't understand this picture. This is a really horrible picture to put out there. I'm just saying.
The girl on the right is the one that doesn't watch Star Trek.
Yeah, she doesn't watch that nerd crap.
What are you on the John Campia show for?
It's so weird. Another super chat from Michael Nemo. Thank you, Michael. I appreciate it. Always coming in through with the heat, my friend. By the way, you guys' super chats and memberships are like literally supporting us.
It's the reason we can keep living.
Like we don't. Like when we started putting the majority of our time into YouTube, like we can only do it with your support. It wouldn't be possible. We wouldn't be able to have these interviews. We wouldn't be able to do any of this stuff without your support. It's just not possible.
So thank you.
Yeah, we are not independently wealthy. I'm actually quite poor.
The man has a gun on the desk behind him, just in case he needs to get some money.
No, that's not for robberies. That's in case I decide to give up.
And your support is helping him keep from giving up. That's the only thing keeping Brian.
There's only one barrel bullet in that barrel, baby.
That is just wrong.
That's so wrong.
In every way.
From Michael Niema. By the way, Campia has admitted that he watches all the shows he reviews while doing chores and such, like exercising, etc. How distracted he must be.
He's like cutting the lawn, trying to watch like
he's like
the latest Flash movie.
He's a focus. Yeah, all right.
Didn't he do that thing in that one scene where he was like, I think I heard. Oh no, I ran over a rock. That's what it was. Yeah,
dude, that's so like. This is his job. Like this is his business.
There's got to be a question of whether, he's been doing it a long time. Maybe you get burnt out at some point. Like you're changing life. Maybe he's not, the entertainment nerd he once was. I don't know.
Yeah. And, to be fair, if you look at John Campion, I'm not trying to constantly rag on Campion.
I think you are because you keep bringing it up.
Well, the chatters did. But look, he has 323,000 subscribers. Mm-hmm. That's a lot. But it's not a lot. So it's a lot, but it's not a lot. Does that make sense? It's not a lot for someone who has been doing this.
It's a lot for us.
It's a lot for us. Yeah.
Gary.
Yeah. We only have 120,000 subscribers, right? Gary has almost 1 million coming up pretty soon.
700 and something thousand. Yeah.
So the thing is, though, John Campy has been on here since before I even knew what YouTube was. So been here for a long time. His sub count has definitely stalled out. And at the very least, it's trickling. And, maybe he's doing fine, but I feel like John Campia, should have a lot more subs than Nerdrotic does, who just started his show in a basement of his comic book shop. You know what I mean?
Yeah. But no, and you're not going to have more subs if you get rid of all the people who know what they're talking about. That's
for certain. Yeah, right. You're not going to grow if you get rid of all the people that got you to that first 320,000 subscribers.
Exactly.
So, sorry to say. And man, maybe we're a little biased because Rob is awesome. He's our boy, but I don't know.
I don't think we're taking sides here.
We are taking sides, actually. No, I'll just say it explicitly. Rob is very, very good. He's extremely smart. He is literally, he has automatic recall on stuff that happened in 1987. It's crazy how much he knows.
He's such a nice guy.
He's nice.
It's easy to take advantage of him. I think.
He's personable. He's charming. You have the perfect host for this, and you dump him. Whatever.
I hate to see him being taken advantage. And I know he would say he's not being taken advantage of, but as an outsider looking in, it does seem a little bit like that.
Seems that way to me. Anyways,
Let's move on.
another one from John Burns. Thank you, John Burns. This one for $13.99. How it should have ended. Emperors asking for the second Death Star being destroyed by flying down a small trench. No, sir. There's a large room enough for a ship to fly into, but no small trench.
There was no trench.
So there was definitely an argument to be made as to why the hell the Death Star has an exhaust port.
Well, that's the plot device.
Right.
I mean, but if it only had one, I think, which was the problem. Like if it would have had multiple, they should have showed it had multiple vents, but that was the only one accessible by, you know what I'm saying? Like if they would have said like, multiple vents that go to the center of the thing, but this is the only one that we can go down. Like that would have solved the problem of being the only vent, right?
Right, but then also like if it's an exhaust port, like shouldn't it be harder to push to shoot things into it? Maybe it
was really hard. It was really hard to shoot into it. I mean, you had to be perfect. In fact, there's an argument to say that Luke may not have been able to shoot it without the Force. Like the timing, I don't know if he could have timed it. It was like, they say it was like a meter wide.
Yeah, it was like shooting. It was like shooting like wombats or whatever.
Wombats.
Right.
Back on the farm. Yeah.
Back on the moisture farm. I wanted to go to Toski Station and get more power units. I don't know. Look.
Power converters.
I love that movie, but I remember being young and thinking how convenient it was, and I wasn't even a critic. I was like, I'm glad there's a port there. And
otherwise they couldn't have taken it down.
Right. Yeah. So I get it.
I'm okay with it.
Yeah. Even the best stories might have a few plot devices.
Well, and even if there is, because it's such a great story, there's things that you can look past, I think.
That's true. From Oliver Lavia Farage. Am I saying that word right? Oliver Lavera Farage.
I'm at your mercy because I can't read on the screen.
Oh. Thank you, Oliver, for $5. I love the part in Picard Season 3 when they find a space wizard to go off to save the princess.
Wait. The space wizard would have been Worf, I guess.
Yeah.
Who finds Rafi, I guess, and like brings Rafi up in the way of the warrior.
When Campion was saying like parts of Picard Season 3 are beat for beat exactly from Star Wars, you're like, what are you talking about?
I mean, think about it. They both had Chewbacca. I'm sorry. Worf was one of them. That's right. I get him confused. Chewbacca. Worf.
It was so weird. Like the stuff he was saying, it was like, now I get it. He obviously watched this while mowing the lawn.
Yeah, 100%. Or he was folding socks or something.
Right, something, bro. Bro, listen, hire someone to do that for you and actually do your job. You'll get more money that way.
All I know is whatever he was doing, he wasn't paying attention.
It's very clear he wasn't paying attention.
How could they end up playing that alien card game? It's called poker, John.
Yeah, he said
poker.
They're at the band, they're playing an alien card. You're like, it's called poker. They're playing poker, John. Poker. What are you talking about? Did you watch the same thing? God.
I think Brian's triggered, guys.
Oh, it's so stupid. How does he have more subs than we do? John Burns.
He's been around longer.
Yeah. For $2.79. Thank you, John. John, I'm telling you, you're gonna be the hardest person to track. Like when I plug all your past super chats into our system that I'm creating, it's gonna take me like 3 days.
Well, I think we can only start since May 1st, so it's gonna be month to month.
That's true. Comments in the member section and writer's strike. We're gonna do comments in the member section, and we got a lot of stuff to talk about actually. So I don't even know.
Well, the good news is we did talk Captain Shaw being back, which was one of our topics. We talked Roddenberry Foundation. We did the Spock thing. we do need to talk about how the writer's strike. So after we finish going through these, we're going to do how the writer's strike will affect Star Trek. Then we'll go to the member section, because in the member section today, guys, we got to talk about Mrs. Davis. Like, we're going to talk some Mrs. Davis. If you've watched it,
Yeah.
we got to talk about that, and we got to figure out whether or not we're going to cover it, because that's interesting.
I finally got Shane on the Mrs. Davis.
It wasn't you. It wasn't you.
But I was telling you about it.
No, but it had nothing to do with you. And
Great.
I'll say, I love you.
Awesome. I
love you, but let me tell you what it had to do with. We got a call. We got contacted by the representative for the co-star in that show, and they're like, "Hey, he wants to come on your guys' show on Raw Rant,"
Which is awesome.
I went, "Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, I guess I better watch the show and figure out if I like it or not before we say yes." So I went on a binge, and I'm not even sure what to think at this point. Like, I don't know if I like it or if I hate it or if I love it.
Yeah, you're not
if I want to
know.
or if I want to destroy every TV in the house. I'm just not sure what I want to do yet. But the fact that it's making me feel all those things means we got to talk about it.
Yeah, you're not gonna know until the end. This is like it's either gonna be 12 Monkeys or Lost. That's it's one of those. It's either gonna be
afraid it's gonna be
Genius
Lost.
or Lost. Well, and I tell you, first off, being contacted by this guy who I've been watching for years. I love this actor. He's awesome. I can't wait to have him on the show. This is gonna be for me personally. It's gonna be awesome.
Well, I'll tell you this: if I hadn't liked it, we wouldn't have had him on the show. So I'm glad I liked it.
I know.
I can't bring somebody on and be like, "Listen, I really hate what you did."
I don't know what you're doing over here. Like, why? Like, what? Why don't you do it more like like an actor? Like,
Like, listen, you're doing
instead
a
of
really good job.
Fucking
but everybody else is
amateur,
terrible.
you piece of shit. From Dustin Cole. Thank you, Dustin Cole, for 709. These numbers are so weird. Like, I see like 2.
I love it. Keep bringing the weird.
Yeah,
numbers.
it's great. $7.09. I don't know why this channel doesn't have more subscribers. You guys do a good job. I will tell you why, Dustin. I keep telling Shane this. He has to show his feet.
Why you got to go there? I was going to say because John Campy is not on our show. That's why.
John Campy is
why we
not
don't
on the
have
show.
subs.
Bro, if you just showed your feet more, we'd have more subscribers.
No, we wouldn't. Did you guys see the tweet I put out about Chris Pratt and his feet?
Oh, yeah. Oh, man.
That was
those
so
are rough.
gross.
Yeah.
That was like so gross. I don't even know why. People are like, "Oh my God, I'm throwing up in my mouth." Why did you do that?
Yeah, why would you do that? It's weird.
Because it was weird. It made the news. Christopher Pratt's toenail made the news because his family made him take down the Instagram post that he put up of his weird looking toenail.
Yeah,
and
it's
I'm
weird.
like, how did this make the news cycle?
I don't know.
It's so weird. I mean, it's his toenail, guys. I mean, granted, I'm going to see Guardians of the Galaxy 3 tonight, and we haven't even talked about it.
Oh, my God. It's tonight?
Yeah, it does. It opens tonight.
Shoot. Yeah, so to answer your question, I believe it's because we aren't complaining every week about something, and we aren't praising something every week. And so we don't really get access to like the big studio stuff because we're not going to just toe the line. And we're not complaining enough to get all the angry clicks. So I think that's why our channel grows slower. That's what I think.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I don't know. It's tough to say because I want to say some channels are kind of full of shit.
Some
Then
are.
there's some channels that are that have a lot of subscribers that are very like look at Nerderotic. Like he really believes what he's talking about.
No,
So
yeah,
therefore
Gary's
his
honest
fan
as they
base-
come. Yeah.
That's why his fan base is so rallies around him and supports him. So hopefully the more we tell the truth and honesty, we'll get more subs too.
Yeah,
But
Gary is one of the most based guys I know. That guy is honest to his core.
But honestly, guys, it doesn't matter how many subs we got. As long as you guys keep showing up every
That's all that
week,
matters.
we can do this forever.
That's all that
So
matters.
just keep coming back and we'll keep telling you the truth.
From Oliver for £2, Oliver Lavier Farage.
You're going to get that right sometime. It's going to be so
Working on it. I'm working on it, man. I almost got it, Oliver.
It sounded good.
You know, actually, I'm just gonna before I read super chat, I'm just gonna plug this into my pronouns thing and see if I say it right real quick.
This don't put Oliver in the AI. He doesn't deserve that.
I'm not.
So,
I think I might be saying it right, actually. All right, anyways, Oliver, for two pounds, thank you, Oliver. I want a movie that looks like the Otoy video. Yeah. Yeah, that's what we were talking about. Like, it would be so rad, actually, if they actually did that and took the animated series, you know, story point by story point, but like made it in the style of TOS or teen, whatever, but in that style. Oh my God. And I wonder if they could, like, would CBS, like, they're not doing anything with the animated series. What if they just license it out to Otoy?
Well, Otoy they're the ones doing all the Roddenberry stuff. They're the Roddenberry archive people.
Right. So what if they just license?
They can do it if they want.
Oh, because they own the license then.
Yeah, this is all. The Roddenberry archive is owned by CBS, Paramount, Roddenberry family.
Okay.
Yeah.
So this is an obvious win. Like, just do it.
It's an official thing for sure.
So just do it. Paramount, just do it. Just do that.
It does take money.
Well, but it'll make a lot of money. Like,
I mean, it will. Yeah, you're right. I mean, they got so many irons in the fire. It's like, you know, let's make legacy first before we get to.
That's true. I guess you're right.
Let's start with what we know we want.
From John Burns again for $2.79. Thank you, John. Picard convinced Kirk he was in stasis. # die a hero.
He did convince Kirk. Yeah, he had to go into the Nexus and be like, "You need to come save the world one more time. Only the captain of the Enterprise can save the world."
I gotta be honest. You guys might hate me for this, but I think the Nexus don't make no sense. It's weird.
It doesn't make any sense.
I don't understand it. I think the Nexus.
I'm okay with it. It's like heaven. You know, it's like you go there and
it's literally
it's
like magic. Like, I don't like it in Star Trek. I accepted it when I watched the movie because I love Star Trek, and honestly, I was like, I don't care. Like, I just want Captain Kirk back.
I'll take the magic away. You ready? Imagine it being a holodeck that can read your brain. You get inside the holodeck and it gives you exactly whatever it is that you want because it can read your brain. There you go. It's not magic. It's basically the holodeck.
Yeah, but how? I don't know.
I mean, right? Doesn't that make sense?
I'm gonna look into this. I want to. Someone needs to explain how the Nexus works.
I just did.
No, that's not. It picks up people, and like they live in there, but like they can come out at any time, and they haven't aged a day. And
okay, so when you
it's like another dimension where time doesn't matter, and you get whatever you want.
I mean, it is a rip. It does look like a rip in time almost, right? It's a ribbon that's going through space.
It's so weird. And then, I'm sorry, it's weird. And Guinan's like, "Oh, I have an echo." And I don't like it.
Now that got a little weird.
The more I think about it, the more I don't like it.
It was okay until they started, like, you know. I can remember what's in the Nexus or whatever.
It makes and then there was a photo of the Nexus on the.
No, well, that's okay. Guinan had that made, I think.
But she wasn't. Wasn't there.
No, but Picard was.
Okay. All right.
So I don't know if she had it made or he had it made. I think he had it made.
Okay.
So yeah, I mean, he was there. He got out.
Okay.
Yeah.
I don't like it.
All right, that's fine. You don't have to like it.
We shouldn't do the Nexus again. Let's not do the Nexus again.
Listen, I'm mad that that Kirk had the wrong wife in his fantasies. That's not who he would have had.
Like, this is what so that's true. Oh my God. I didn't even think about that till right now. That's totally true. People complain about First Contact. They're like, First Contact was not a good movie. And I'm like, what about it was bad? What about it didn't make sense to you?
No, I mean, it all makes sense.
Like, everything in First Contact makes complete sense, and it gives us the ability to actually see First Contact, of which we've talked about for 30 years.
It's the best of the the TNG movies.
Why do people hate it so much?
I don't like any of the TNG movies.
All right.
I mean, it's not that I don't like them. I will watch them, but I don't, love them. I mean, the last Star Trek movie I loved was probably Star Trek V.
That first contract was great.
I mean, it's in your wheelhouse. It's in your. I don't know. I was never a huge Borg person, and it bothered me a little bit that they created a Borg queen.
Yeah, the Borg Queen.
They weren't supposed to have a queen.
It was necessary though for the normie audience going to the theater.
For the tell the story, right? It was
right.
created for that.
And you gotta understand, it makes sense that like the ant-like, bee-like collective would have a queen. It does make sense.
All right, that's what they thought.
Crazy Ghost Hunters for $2. Thank you, Crazy Ghost Hunters. I'm sorry I got your name wrong last time. By the way, what I was talking about earlier when I said your name is the same as is backward is a palindrome.
Okay.
That's what that is when your name is the same backwards and forwards for insane.
That wasn't this person.
I know, but I forgot about it. I wanted to get that out there. Palindrome, not an anagram. Crazy Ghost Hunters. A lot of tech we have today comes from Star Trek. Yes, flip phones and all kinds of stuff.
Oh yeah, everything. There's so much stuff that comes. I mean, they're even working on making being able to transport something from one place to another. They're trying to.
So they've been working on transport tech for a long time. The closest they've gotten was they were able to transport via quantum entanglement a single photon from one place to another and immediately like disintegrate or something. But a photon is just a piece of light. Like, so we're really at the low level of transportation tech, and they're using quantum entanglement, which is interesting because when two things are quantum entangled, no matter what the distance between the two, whatever is done to one is reflected on the other, which is fascinating.
Well said. Thanks for the super chat.
From John Burns again. Star Trek treats Kirk like Dewey Cox, the wrong Spock died.
Cox, I haven't thought of that in a long time. Thank you, John. You're right.
Yeah. Did you cry when Spock died in that movie?
In
Star Trek 2?
The Wrath of Khan?
Yeah.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
Yeah, you did?
100%. Yes.
Okay.
Well, you know that because I tweeted it out recently. I said this is only the second time I've cried.
I know.
Well, you just wanted to bring it up.
I just wanted to bring it up.
Okay.
Yeah.
Look, I'm okay with it, dude. Listen, I'm secure in my manhood. Let me tell you something. When the character that you love is dying on screen and you see the anguish of Kirk there with him, just realizing that he's about to lose his friend, yeah, any person with a heart cries. And if you don't cry, Brian Montgomery, then you may have no heart, sir.
I will and forever will always be your friend.
Live long
and prosper. Yeah. Yeah, weeping like a baby.
Oh my God. Yeah.
From Doomed. Huh?
That's not the way he says it, but that's pretty good though. I like that.
$5. Thank you, Doomed. Appreciate it. More than you know. Maybe they can use the strike as the excuse to cancel Starfleet Academy and make Legacy instead. Winky smiley face.
We are going to talk about that.
Yeah. Yeah. Someone said recently, like, if this petition gets to 100K, they're probably just going to cancel everything and just do Legacy.
Well, at some point, I know they've already got it. Now the writer's strike, I'm not sure when we're ready to start talking about it. Are we there yet?
There's some more super chats. We'll get there.
Okay. Well, we're going to go to the strike next and we'll talk more about what you just said because that's important.
Thank you, Doomed. It looks like someone was spamming the chat for a minute. I didn't see it till now. Sorry, guys.
Don't we have any wrenches? You know, we're supposed to give Lord Toth a wrench.
Oh, okay. Is Lord Toth here? I can give him a wrench. Yeah, we had a wrench earlier, but he had to leave. From John Burns again for $2.79. Suggest is Lord Toth in there?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, give it to him. Oh yeah, he should already have it. That's my bad, Lord Toth. I apologize. Yeah, when you become if you become an executive producer level of our memberships, you get a wrench in our channels. All of our channels.
That's true. Yeah, that's true.
I forgot to mention that. If you are an executive producer, which is the last tier of both of our channel memberships, and you don't have a wrench, then please let me know so I can get you a wrench. Okay,
there you go, Lord Toth.
Suggested Dave Cullen plus Critical Drinker to Obro. Dude, they should do a show together. Those two.
You know, it might be too much accent though. That's
Might
the
be
only
too
problem.
much.
Like you got to have a little bit of salt. You know, you got to have like some. So having both of them together is like the world explodes. You know, but they're wonderful. We've had them both on our show before.
We had them on Raw Rant. Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. Love listening to both of them.
Yeah, they're good. They're really good guys. You gave him the thing? You gave him the wrench?
Yeah, I already gave it to him.
Okay, cool. All right. Let me get the next one.
Did you get the Martin Hart one? It was below Doomed Huh.
There was a bunch of spam, so I don't see it.
Oh,
here.
so it's between the one. I'll do it really quick. It's Martin Hart. Thank you for the £5, Martin. Appreciate it. Your show has been part of my weekly season 3 experience. Thank you for that. Love season 3. A much needed relief for my almost broken Trekkie heart. Oh, Martin, so true. Thank you so much for the super chat. No, for us too. I mean, like, you know, we were feeling down and out with Star Trek, and you know, we've been recharged for quite some time since we got to see it in November, and just all through this time. So we're glad that you guys came on this journey with us, and you know, stay with us. Even if Strange New Worlds is good or isn't good, we're going to cover that, and we're going to be covering Star Trek all the way through. And even when it isn't good, we'll try to find a way to at least make it entertaining for you.
Absolutely. I don't know how I missed that. It's weird. It's not even on my system.
Oh, well.
Okay, from John Burns, Dead Celebs should have ended with Bogart.
Oh, I remember that. Yeah, they actually brought Bogart back a while back. It was, I don't know if it was in a commercial, John?
I think I have that actually. Humphrey Bogart, right?
Yeah. No, Dave was right what he said earlier. Like it is macabre to have these. We saw Michael Jackson. We were at a convention, I think you and I. It was a while ago after he died, and they had like this, you know, hologram version of Michael Jackson dancing and singing on stage, and he was singing a song that was like nothing that had ever been produced before, and we kind of looked at each other and went, "This is weird." So
yeah, I don't think he would be okay with that. Not that
his family wanted to make more money.
Yeah, I not that it really matters, but I don't think he. Yeah. John Burns, another John Burns. Thank you, John. Man, John was always coming with the heat. For 279, thank you, John. They don't want Takai as Sulu unless he's gay. I think George Takai doesn't want to come back as Sulu unless the character's gay.
I don't know.
I remember hearing an interview about something, and I can't remember exactly, so don't quote me on this. He did an interview when he was talking about the character being gay part of canon now.
Well, it is because of, well, sort of. It's from the movies.
Right.
I mean, George Takai is gay, so, you know, I think he said he felt like it was handled properly. Like, I don't even think George Takai is necessarily wants the character's, you know, sexual persuasion to overshadow their story. You know, I think that if you put the fact that a character is gay in position A, you're just destroying the rest of that character. Is the character's entire identity that they're gay? Like, right. Is my entire identity that I'm a heterosexual man? No, it's not. There's so much more to me than who I decide to sleep with, you know, or where my feelings, you know, what gender I have feelings for. There's so much more to me than that.
Right.
And that's what the character should be based on. And I think that George Takai also believes that to some degree.
I hope so. John Burns again, 279. John, jeez, man.
Hey, appreciate it, man. Bringing the heat.
Really do. Thank you, John. Use your face to secure your phone, drop and break. I did that once, actually. Oh my gosh, it's right here. Look at this. It's
You talking about like this?
Yeah. You can see this. This phone is actually quite broken. And I literally was like I had just done the security thing where I added my face instead. And then I turned and I dropped the thing. And then the camera was broken and I couldn't get into it. And so just the camera part was broken, like the pinhole camera, and I couldn't get into the stupid phone. This phone is completely fine. other than the fact that I can no longer use it because it doesn't read my face.
Gotcha.
Yeah. But I'm so cheap, I still hold on to it. One day, I'll get back into it.
John Burns again for 279. Evil alien force, the greatest thing Dave said. I thought that was actually really funny because, I mean, it does seem like it's kind of taking things over. So good comment.
That's so funny. Imagine if AI is just like, it's actually an invading alien force just taking us out from the inside. All right.
Maybe.
John Burns again. John, check out why no pubic hair in anime regulations. Well, there's a whole thing about that.
That's not my specialty for sure.
So anime though, like I always find it interesting how the anime character looks like she's 14, but she's actually like 7,000 years old in the story. And so like you go,
yeah, that's weird.
Oh, I'm allowed to like this character in a naughty way because she's 7,000 years old. But the character looks prepubescent, you know?
Yeah.
I don't know about that, bro.
Just gonna stay away from that.
Sounds like a
Sounds dangerous.
sounds like a real slippery loophole.
Slippery slope.
Slippery slope loophole. I don't know about that. From Goron Foth. By the way, Goron is a member, and I think he was trying to get into Discord. If you still have a hard problem with the Discord, let me know, okay?
Yeah, you can.
I added both channels to Discord. It should automatically give you a role. But if it doesn't, let me know, because it is a weird.
Your email to YouTube has to be the same one you use for Discord.
Right. So it is a weird thing, though, because I don't think it was designed for 2 channels. So if it gives you a hard time, just let me know. What Goron says is, I had ChatGPT write me a conclusion to Stargate Universe. Ooh. Oh, share that in Discord, my bro. I want to read that. Mixed results, but fun. What was fun? Yeah. And I've wanted a result to Stargate Universe for a long time. I wonder, can you just literally say, write me a conclusion to Stargate Universe? Or do you have to like have prompts?
Yeah, you have to have some prompts, I think, right?
Let's find out.
No, let's not do it right now.
Okay, all right, that's fine.
No, we don't want to get too far off the tangent. But later on, maybe.
All right, you read this one.
Or you can do it in member section or something. John Burns again. Here's hoping future Shanes don't look Habsburgs. What does Habsburgs mean? Let's see. German Austrian. Is that what the Habsburgs or German Austrian royal family? You'll have to tell us, John. That's funny.
Yeah, I think the forging picture I did of you looks pretty cool, actually.
I thought it looked good.
Yeah. I didn't know. I didn't tell you to post it, but you did.
Oh, you did. You put it as you wrote and said social media. Yeah.
No,
when you sent it to me. You said it was a social post.
No, that was the other one I sent you. This is what he's talking about, by the way.
Oh, dang! Look at that nose.
Yeah. Me thinks that these folks may be inbred.
Well, it's hard to tell.
I mean, it was pretty common
There's
back then.
ugly people. There's ugly
Yeah,
people.
but it was common back then. And a lot of the nobility had some real crazy like deformities because they were like 5 generations sharing the same genetics.
Got to keep it in the family, baby.
That though, you do not.
Foxhound, £1.99. Pence. I'm sorry, I'm screwing this all up. Don't fall down the Balenciaga rabbit hole. Laughing emoji.
Oh yeah, that I did that already.
Isn't that disturbing?
Yeah, something's way off about Balenciaga.
Wasn't there something about pedophilia or something like that?
Yeah, there's something about pedophilia and like.
Yeah.
Dude, it was crazy. Like a lot of their images, well, some of it was actually generated by AI, surprising enough. But like, I guess the settings were generated, and then they go into this weird, like you're looking at, for some reason they have like a picture with kids advertising clothing, but on the desk in that room is like court cases of people getting convicted of pedophilia. And you're like, why is that there?
That's very
like if you want to explain the bears wearing the BDSM stuff, all right, that's fine. It's weird. That's artistic. Whatever. It's weird, but go whatever. But then why are the court case documents for like a child molestation case on the desk in the room?
I don't know.
There's no reason for that other than you're a creep at the minimum.
Well, that's probably what's going on. If it smells like smoke, it's probably a fire.
If it smells like a gross dirtbag pedophilia, then it should be shot in the face.
Another one from John Burns here, 279. Thank you, John. Todd Stashwick at the Frakes panel who pushed Shaw Trek hard.
Where are you seeing it?
It's was the next one down?
No.
Oh, no, you're right. There's another one.
Yeah.
You're right. My bad.
Right.
Well, he's got both of them, so we'll just do both.
Okay.
He, Stashwick knows that his opportunity is here now. Like, he's not a young guy, but he's not an old guy. But it's going to be a lot harder to do Captain Shaw in 10 years. Like, now's the time for Captain Shaw.
Yeah.
Or to do more Shaw at all. So he's, and everybody wants him. Frakes is on all these things talking about how great the Shaw character is too. They all want Shaw to be a part of whatever's coming.
Yeah, I agree.
John Burns for 279. F comedian put syphilis on dating profile. Not read. You should not put syphilis on your dating profile.
Yeah, don't include your STI.
Your STI? What's that?
Your sexually transmitted infections.
I thought it was STD.
Some are STIs, some are STDs. Syphilis is an STI.
So wait, so on dating profiles, they actually ask you to put your ST.
I don't. There's something called bug chasers, and it's a weird fetish where people like try to get infected with like STDs and stuff.
That's really weird. Okay,
it's real weird, bro. I don't get
chasers,
it.
Huh?
I think
there's some weird ass people out there.
I believe that so the internet was invented as this like repository of knowledge to further mankind, to catapult us into the next, evolutionary waypoint, right? To use a video game term. Like, dude, it was going to get us to the stars. We were going to discover AI. No one would go hungry. Everyone would be happy. It was going to be a wonderful future. But what we did with it was use it to become the most weird, sexually repressed 55,000 different types of pornography, 55 fetishes, the most odd and craziest connections and creations ever made, and completely abandoned the idea of actual futurist. And here we are. This is now half of Twitch is women in revealing clothing making noises into the mic like this.
This is a world I don't know.
The lowest common denominator. It's like, God, the internet should be a good thing. It should be a good thing.
Well, it's a reflection of society, and society has good and bad things. And when you have freedom, especially online, anything can happen.
Yeah, I get that. I like freedom, but Jesus Christ, dude, some real messed up stuff out there. Because I have these I have twin, 12-year-olds, and I'm like monitoring their internet activity on their phones and everything, like it's a third job. Like, I just go through it like every couple hours, just like, any weird diaper? Is there a diaper fetish on here? No. Okay, we're good. Okay.
Diaper fetish?
No, that's a thing.
You know way too much about the internet.
Because I have to protect my family.
Famous last words.
You don't understand, dude. It's so crazy. The Balenciaga, whatever, rabbit hole. I went down that rabbit hole, right? And I'm like, I literally lost faith in humanity for about 3 hours. I was like, that's it. We should all just die. Like that's weird. Like the human experiment has ended. It took time for me to regain some moniker of hope after that rabbit hole.
Got it.
Sorry. Women on the right who doesn't watch Kai Wynn vibe. John Burns. I think he's talking about this picture with him.
I don't like Kai Wynn. I'm going to get straight up about it. I don't like DS9. It's not I don't like it. I just didn't like Kai Wynn. I didn't like the whole like religious thing with the Bajorans.
Yeah. All right. So like people get like
She
very
just seemed like a real bitch. I'm sorry.
Yeah, she was though. And it was
a real bitch, and she wasn't nice to Cisco at first, and I didn't like
Yeah,
it. You know what's funny about that, guys? They wanted to do politics. So the first it was going to be was Bajoran politics. Right. And Ira Stephen Bear's like, they told him, no politics, just stop. So Ira switched it to religion, which is just as bad. And for whatever reason, they didn't tell him no. So he just kept going.
Yeah, like there are parts of DS9 I really like. And there are
some great episodes.
Yeah, and there are parts that I really dislike. I dislike almost all the Bajoran stuff.
Yeah, pretty much. Anything with Kai Wynn.
Yeah, I just
Sorry.
and while Kari, what's her name?
Kai.
No, what's the other Bajorian? The one that's on the station. Kara? Kira.
Major Kira, yeah.
Now, while the actress is super hot, that character I just didn't like either. I couldn't.
I was okay with her. I know she came across a little haughty sometimes, but she, she did her job.
It just seemed like she always had the wrong take,
Well, it's because you also didn't like Ensign Ro, right? And that was who was supposed to be that character.
But Ensign Ro was designed to be that character. It's like see if they had pulled Ensign Ro into that, it would have made more sense. Then you could see that character develop.
Well, that's because it was supposed to be Ensign Ro, so they just kept on going.
I see. From Christopher Mays, thank you, Christopher, for $9.99, my brother. Thumbs up for the Nexus makes no sense. Thank you. Okay, see that validation, Shane? That's what that is.
Christopher, way to go.
Makes no sense.
He's not going to shut up now for a week
because it doesn't make any sense. It doesn't.
But you know what? It's worth $10, so go for it.
Thank you, Chris.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
I'll be talking about this for several shows to come. I guarantee it.
God dang it.
I will. Goron.
Nexus doesn't make any sense.
But it doesn't make any sense. Why did he have grandkids?
Picard always wanted children.
Goron Voth for 20 sec. I'm not sure what that is, but I appreciate it. Frack, the Nexus, and Picard's creepy children. Yes! Yes, the Nexus is stupid. The kids are weird.
I didn't say it was a wonderful thing. You just said it doesn't make sense. And I was trying to give you a way for it to make sense.
Well, the way you gave me, and I know that you're usually very good about explaining the unexplainable with Star Trek. You were able to explain Discovery Season 2 when no one else could. But in this sense, I don't think you did a good job. I think you need more time.
A holodeck where the computer can read your brain and give you exactly what you want?
So is it like a sentient computer that's running around picking up people for no reason?
Well, they didn't pick up people for no reason. So it has to come in. You have to come in contact with it. It's moving through the galaxy. It's not searching for people, right? It doesn't have to make sense. I'm just saying, explaining how it works. It could simply be a holodeck with a sentient being that can read your brain. I mean, how much Star Trek has had that? Look at the original series and the Menagerie. I mean, they were reading their brains and giving them what they wanted.
And the Menagerie made sense, though.
Okay, fair enough.
All right.
John Burns here, 279. Thank you again. Renaissance, Frakes and Frasier, buddy cops, Lethal Weapon. Go ahead.
Yeah, Frasier was in Star Trek.
He was, yeah.
Dude, bring him back.
Also from John Burns, thank you again. Michelle Yeoh is everything, everywhere, all at once. I got to tell you, I love that movie.
Yeah, the movie was wildly weird and fun.
I have to have intelligent content.
Right.
Like, I am cool with just stupid, fun content, but sometimes I just need intelligent things to be made. And that is a very smart movie.
Yeah, I don't need intelligent content, but I do appreciate it.
I have to.
I'm actually excited to go watch the first installment of the 2-part Fast and Furious 10. Wait. Because I'm sorry. Let me say it correctly. Fast and Furious X.
Anything to bring up Fast and Furious, Brian.
Bro, it's called Fast. It's Fast and Furious 10, like the Roman numeral 10, and the star actor of the movie called it Fast and Furious X. Yeah. Vin Diesel said, it's a two-part. Fast and Furious X is going to be a two-part. You're like, why'd you say X? What?
Why?
Why are you saying it that way? It's 10. I don't think he knows.
He probably doesn't, dude. He probably doesn't even know which one they're doing. How much money am I getting from this one?
Bro, it's a two-part. So it's going to be... Is this the first movie where it's not Fast and Furious 10 and 11? It's Fast and Furious 10 Part 1, Part 2?
I don't know.
So weird.
They're never going to stop making these damn movies. And
I love how silly and stupid they are and how much they just like fly in the face of like, you know, things like physics and like actual, it's just fun. And they lean into it. They're leaning into it. It's like the Expendables, but if the Expendables took LSD and snorted cocaine at the same time. I love it.
Even the Expendables are hard. I mean, it's okay. It's listen, if I'm going to sit down and watch it, I'm going to sit down and watch it, but I'm not looking forward to it. Let's put it that way.
I am. Plus Jason Momoa's in it, and you know how I feel about Jason Momoa.
I do know how.
Everyone does. even that bull crap restraining order that he put against me. I know you know.
Oh, he knows for sure.
Some from Son of John for $10. Thank you, Son of John. Appreciate it, my friend. He says, I want everyone here right now to get mad and salty over waiting for an official announcement on Legacy for 30 seconds, starting at when this super chat is read.
Okay, good. On your marks, get set.
What the?
No, wait. No, you got to do the 30 seconds. Hold on, let me do it.
All right.
I'm going to set it. I got it on my phone here. Ready and go.
Why is it taking so long? Let me tell you what the problem is. First off, the show starts, it's already bailing forward. The guy who's in charge of the entire franchise doesn't even bother to watch the show before announcing Starfleet Academy, which no one wanted, a movie with Michelle Yeoh just to keep her on contract, the lowest possible effort to keep the Star Trek franchise going on Paramount Plus, yet Paramount Plus, your actual fucking foundation is Star Trek!
What he said, time up. I didn't get to have my point, but I thought that was really great. That was your 30 seconds. Okay. Well done. Well said. So, Brian, do you feel like you got it all out?
No, but it was that has to do for now.
Thank you, Son of John, for giving Brian an opportunity to vent. He's been waiting to do that all week.
Star Trek is literally the foundation of their company. Like their entire streaming service.
Listen, I'll tell you what, I think they really want to do Star Trek Legacy. I think they want to do it. I think they're screwed. You know, they're out of money. They've already made commitments to other things. And I think the reason why you see Alex Kurtzman looking so freaking uncomfortable at this IMAX stuff is because he realizes, oh shit, we need to be doing this, but I've already painted us into a corner.
And it seems like they are doing it though, because why even do the IMAX then? Why spend the money? It seems like they're figuring it out, but like they probably have so much to work out before they get there. I get that.
I think Alex has told Terry, just wait, we'll do something. And yeah. I think that's what's probably.
Imagine this though. Imagine like our channel was pretty much, it was kicked off with like probably Star Trek and Stargate, right? Stargate definitely made a huge mark on our main channel. Imagine if they announced a new Stargate show and we were like, you know what? Instead of covering that, we're going to cover Downton Abbey.
But I get that. But we don't get to choose. They get to choose what they do.
Yeah, but we'd be choosing what to cover. Imagine if we're not going to cover what started our channel. We're going to cover something completely different.
But they didn't know what they had. So I'm just trying to say it's not. We have to get past this whole idea that it's intentional. Okay? We really need to get. It's not. Listen, I've already told you. Entitled, mentally challenged children. That's kind of what we're dealing with here. In some, they think they're doing the right thing, but they're so entitled they can't see reality, and so they just do what they think's right. And then when the actual right thing comes along, they're like, "Oh crap, we didn't plan for this," and then they have to like change gears. I mean, why do you think Strange New Worlds took so long to actually happen? Once they realized, oh crap, what they hadn't committed. The reason Section 31 didn't happen is because Strange New Worlds took its place.
Which I would argue was a good call.
It was a good call, but now they've gone so far. You guys have no idea how far this Starfleet Academy show has been planned. And they will not leave the Discovery fans hanging. They just won't.
Yeah, they can't. Yeah.
If they were to not do Starfleet Academy and do Star Trek Legacy, they would, everything they've pandered to, the entire fan base they've pandered to would just disappear. And I know some of you are saying, well, that wouldn't be a bad thing, but the problem is that's just not something that they would do. And since, and honestly, I'm okay. Go do Starfleet Academy the way you want to do it. Just squeeze Legacy in there, guys.
Yeah, that's a good point. Did you know that First Contact, the director of Star Trek First Contact was Jonathan Frakes?
I do, yes.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
This guy's a goddamn legend.
Well said.
John Burns for 279. Thank you, John. Keeping us alive, brother. The Borg Queen came from the money JC made from Aliens. Interesting. Because in Aliens, they had a queen, right?
They did, yeah. But he's saying that the Borg Queen came from the money that JC made.
Yeah, I think because James Cameron made Aliens, right?
Yeah.
Wait, no, that's not true, is it?
He did.
Yeah, so they made a ton of money, so they're like, oh, we're just going to copy that. I can see that.
That makes sense. I mean, and it does, from the whole hive mind idea, it does make sense. What they needed was a mouthpiece, and also they were planning on bringing this into Voyager. So we got to remember, when First Contact was made, Voyager was going to be a series. So there.
It was Ridley Scott, not James Cameron.
Oh, you're right. It wasn't James Cameron. No, James Cameron made Aliens. He did. He directed Aliens.
Did he?
Absolutely. Yes, he did. Ridley Scott created Alien, but James Cameron.
Oh, you're right.
Aliens.
You're right. I'm sorry. So Ridley Scott was There was actually multiple directors on Aliens. James Cameron was the primary.
If you guys have never seen the documentary behind the making of Aliens, please go watch it. It's hilarious. I don't know how James Cameron got through the entire damn thing.
It's so interesting for Aliens for me
hated him.
Is one of those things that is I love the movie Aliens for what it is. It's sci-fi, it's technical, but I don't like horror. So it's one of those things where I'm like, oh, I love how sci-fi this is, but I don't like the horror elements. I can enjoy, but it's such good sci-fi, but I can turn off the fact that I don't like horror and enjoy it.
The reason Aliens is so popular, Aliens is so popular. It's really one thing that they chose to do in the first Alien movie, and that's have a tracking device because they could not see the creatures. It costs so much money to do puppeteering.
Yep.
Less is more, but the fact that they added that, 10 meters, 9 meters, 8 meters, it's like Jaws coming at you, and it was such a fantastic storytelling, thing to use.
Well, it's
they continued using it.
Sometimes the art of invention, the mother of invention is necessity, right? You don't have the money to do this, so we need to find a really cool way, and it ends up being better the way they did it than if they would have shown us the aliens the whole time.
Right, and the same thing with Jaws. The shark was broke through the entire movie, and so they didn't have the shark, and they had to find another way to build, anticipation. So less being able to see the shark. You get a fin, you get those floating barrels, right, and you get a wonderful score. Whew.
Yeah, that was a good movie too, man.
Let's keep rolling.
I might be going to Universal Studios in the next couple months.
Nice.
A buddy of mine might be hooking me up, and this will be the first time I ever go to that Universal Studios.
Really?
Never been, and I am desperate to go before they shut down the Waterworld thing.
Okay.
Because they're shutting that down next year.
You got to see the Jaws. You got to go on the studio tour and see Jaws.
Yeah, and I know. I know there's things I have to do, but I have to see the Waterworld thing. So
Dad never took you to Universal Studios.
Nope, never went to Universal Studios, not once.
I'm gonna have a talk with him.
I've never even seen the outside of the place. You know what's funny is I've been to the actual Universal Studio a lot. Never been to the actual theme park.
You're shitting me. Oh,
Yeah.
that man needs to have a conversation with that guy.
Martin Hart for 10 pounds. Thank you, Martin. Very, very much appreciated. I really love Picard Season 3, and I loved your reviews, but I had a question. In Episode 3, the Changeling almost killed Jack in the room with the leaking gas. This, of course, would have destroyed their whole plan. That's true.
Yeah, good point.
Yeah, that Changeling, played by, speaking of Fast and Furious, played by one of the actors from the first Fast and Furious movie. It might not. He might not have been the best person to attempt to apprehend Jack. He might not have realized how squishy humans are.
I don't think he knew that Jack was Jack. So if you go back to that scene, I don't know if they all knew exactly who he was. Remember, they had been looking for him, right? Chasing him around and stuff. But that Changeling may not have known what he looked like, because you're right. That is a weird scene.
Well, when he was wearing a Starfleet uniform. Jack was wearing a Starfleet.
But what I'm saying is
But Jack wasn't in Starfleet. Maybe that confused him, though.
Right. Well, maybe. I'm thinking that he didn't know that was who they're looking for.
Yeah.
That must have been what that was. Yeah.
Yeah, because he didn't indicate that he knew who that was.
Well, there was no recognition or like, oh my God, there he is. You're right. It was just trying to get away. But no, thank you, Martin. I'm glad. Thank you for coming and watching all of our reviews. Those are fun, and we're going to keep doing that for Strange New Worlds.
When Strange New Worlds come out, we're trying to get the ability to do those ahead of time, like we did Picard, so that it's like timely. But if we do not get the ability to do it ahead of time, we don't get screeners to do that, then we'll just do it in real time, and it'll just be a couple days late. You know.
That's it.
All right. John Burns again. Damn, John, bro. Remember the elf in Santa Claus 2000? What was that? Like,
remember the F elf in the Santa Claus 2000?
The F elf? You gotta explain more of that.
The F elf in the Santa Claus. Now the Santa Claus. Oh, I think they were were they the ones that came down and like they were part of the elf force or something like that?
Oh, they had like an alien, right? It was like they had like a spaceship. Santa Claus had like his reindeer was like his sled was like a giant spaceship, right? I don't remember.
No, I don't remember that one.
Yeah, it was like a. You gotta explain that. You gotta explain that, John.
All right, yeah. Let us know, John, what we're missing on that one. Let's see here. John Burns, real internet. What does repository mean? That's where everything's being kept.
Yeah, I mean, it's supposed to be the internet's supposed to be the repository of knowledge.
That's right.
But instead, it's the repository of weird fetishes and TikTok videos that are 10 seconds long, literally destroying the hemicapness and turning an entire generation of humans into ADHD. I'm gonna stop. Jesus, it's like it's literally training your brain to work the way someone with ADHD brain work. I know because I have ADHD. Had my entire life. TikTok is training a brain to operate the same way my brain operates, and let me tell you something. You don't want that.
I can second that.
You don't want it, bro. I struggled in getting through school because I just couldn't pay attention. You don't want that. You don't want your brain to work that way. It might seem cool. It's not cool. I guarantee it.
So John Burns here, another one. Thank you, John. 279. Louise Fletcher was incredible, an Oscar winner. I gotta say, that's Kai Wen. You're absolutely right. The actress is incredible. Loved her as Nurse Ratched. Right, she was Nurse Ratched in One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest, and So
with Nicolas Cage. Oh no, Jack Nicholson.
Jack Nicholson. But I just didn't like the Kai Wen character. I don't know what it was about the Bajorans. I don't know what it was about the Bajorans. It's hard to say, but for some reason, I just didn't like the Bajorans. And I don't know if it was because they were, you know what it might have been? Every Bajoran you ran into was super serious, kind of a little mean, very attitudey. There were just never any kind Bajorans.
Yeah,
you know?
it's like what you expect every like traveling Mormon to be.
Traveling Mormons are actually super nice people.
I don't know. I've never actually
But
I've never
I'm just
actually
saying.
experienced them. What do you think? Every like it's like the stereotype of like a religious person.
It would be like a stick up their butt,
Right.
religious person, right? That's kind of where you take it. So
I've known
I
a
don't know
few of
what it
those.
is.
I've known a few
Why-
of those, so I get it.
There were never any. I mean, go back through Star Trek. Were there any like just happy, good to go Bajorans? I mean, granted, now they were getting their butts kicked by Gold Dukat and his people, but
They were like constant. They were so untrusting all the time.
well, they were living under like occupation, and there were bad things happening.
I mean, like
So-
the entire, like every single one was that way. And so a lot of them were sort of ignorant. They couldn't understand like things around them changing, and they couldn't accept change. It was just sort of,
yeah.
in hindsight, sort of offensive to religious people. You know, to be real.
John Burns 279. Vin Diesel is all about family.
You got to say it right,
Keeps
Shane.
mumbling.
You got to say
No,
it right.
that's your job to say it. I'm not going. Go ahead. I tried to do my best.
It's all about family. It's about family, bro.
You know, that sounds a lot like the girls on Twitch. When they're talking.
The ASMR people. So weird. Why? Twitch is a gaming platform. You're meant to stream games. Why is there a girl in a hot tub whispering into a mic? What is going on? Like, kids are allowed on this. It's not even age gated.
I know.
Like, anyone can go watch a girl in a micro bikini whispering into a mic. It's really not good. Like, that needs to be fixed. I don't care if it exists, but it should exist behind some kind of age gate.
I said that about YouTube years ago.
Jesus, a child should not be able to see that. For the love of God.
Well, if you go to take them to the beach, they're going to see that.
Yeah, I mean, but it's different.
Except then it's dad going, ooh.
Yeah.
Stop looking, son.
What's going on over there? I don't know,
Justin
man.
Baker, $9.99. Hey guys, glad I could catch you live. So what's going on with this Roddenberry archive I've recently found? Some pretty interesting stuff. Thank you so much, Justin, for the $9.99. Yeah, we talked about it earlier when Dave was here, but basically the Roddenberry archive, which it looks like we're going to be interviewing possibly Rod Roddenberry or at least somebody from the archive coming up here pretty soon. They're going full. They created a portal for fans. They're trying to create this museum quality experience for us, so we can explore all the different enterprises and see content that was created that we never got to see. And I think they're doing a really fantastic job. So make sure you guys check it out. And if you stay with us in future shows, we'll be exploring it more for sure. It's awesome.
Yeah, this is super rad. Look at this. Anyways, I can get lost here. So I would literally just get lost in this navigation thing.
John Burns 279. Thank you, John. If you haven't watched Lost in La Mancha documentary, well, we know that's about chasing windmills, so that'll be cool. Chasing things that aren't real.
Is that what that is? Let me see.
Yeah, so Don Quixote was a guy who was basically thought windmills were dragons, and he was confused in the head.
Huh. That's awesome.
Mm-hmm.
That's awesome.
Very cool.
Yeah.
Goran Falth for 50 SEK. What is SEK? I think that's Norwegian, right?
I think so. I don't
Or
know why.
Scandinavian somehow.
It's not. I can't put it up on for some reason. Some super chats, I can't put on screen, but I see it. Go ahead.
Remember the game Alien versus Predator? Playing as a Marine was intense. Did you ever play that game, Ryan?
I think I did play AVP.
Yeah, it was really popular. I remember being really popular.
I gotta say, I love everyone. No one likes this movie, but I thought the movie AVP was awesome. Like, it was sci-fi, it was action. I think people don't like it because it didn't have as many horror elements as either Predator or Alien. It was just different. And the Predator ended up being sort of like the anti-hero. I don't know. It was super rad.
It came out in 2004, so you're like 24 years old. That's like a good time for that.
Yeah, and it added to the lore. Like it made it like so. Like the reason aliens existed, like the predators originally found the species, but then bred them to hunt them.
But see, the reason I didn't like it is I felt like it denigrated the alien.
Well, they found the original species, and they changed their biology to hunt them. So like there was still the original awesome aliens out there that had their own evolutionary split, but these were like the domesticated ones designed to hunt.
I know. I felt like it cheapened it a little bit, but I mean, I get it. If people had a good time, it's a good popcorn movie. It's cool.
Plus, it explained the pyramids in the Arctic Circle. I mean, it was cool. There was some cool stuff in there. Yeah. I feel like they could have kept that universe going, but then they went all the way back to like Prometheus and all that, and I was like, eh.
Well, which I like a lot. No, I love that because that actually gives that's the the creator's vision for his product, and you always want to see what a good Ridley Scott.
I don't like prequels. I don't want prequels.
I do. So
I don't. I can start.
I wanted the beginning of them.
Well, then start over and start fresh though. Don't try to connect it to what you've already done. Like do a reboot and start at the beginning.
I don't agree with that.
But why are you? It's okay. All right. So
Prometheus makes the Alien franchise better. I don't know why you would restart it all.
Does it?
There's times when it does. Yes, it does make it better. I do. I think you get more explanation. I think you get a better understanding of.
It's like so. It's basically like, you know what a prequel like that to me is? It's like a DVD extra on the Aliens DVD you picked up. It's like it doesn't belong. It doesn't deserve its own movie. It's just sort of explaining more of what you've already seen. I don't know.
Yeah, and I like building onto the world. So I like the world building, and sometimes you got to go back and tell the beginning of the story. You know, I understand it may not have the impact that it does. Maybe there's not as much consequences because you're like, well, these characters. Now they didn't use the same characters, so you did get the life and death. Right. But I understand sometimes using a character that's already what their ultimate where their ultimate destiny is. I get that. But in a situation like Prometheus, I mean, you're just getting more lore, and you're getting another story, and you're getting terrified all over again. And I really liked it.
Yeah, I heard the Star Wars news. Speaking about May the 4th be with you. May the 4th be with you, Shane.
No, you too, brother.
One of the new projects they're working on is basically going way back in time, and starting with like Jedi Year One, like the very first.
They are doing that. Yeah.
Yeah, so that I actually did find interesting because it's so far removed from anything else that it can exist on its own and it won't matter to me in any way how it touches anything else.
Yeah. John Burns 279. Bajorans were kind of like the Narn, but Gakar. So that's from Babylon. Babylon
5.
And I can see that a little bit. Yeah, they got the very serious tone. Very good.
The AVP films were prequels? Were they really? Damn it.
Sorry. No. Yeah, well, I mean, I guess it technically is. You're right. Well, they have to be because it was present day.
I guess you're right.
And the Alien takes place.
I guess you're technically right, yeah. But it was so far removed from me. Maybe that's why I liked them. I don't know.
Well, let's talk.
Oh, they were prequels to Aliens, but they were sequels to Predator.
Yes.
Ah.
But Predator. I'm sorry. The first Predator movie was great. That's all.
Bro, don't even get me going on the Predator franchise again. I don't want to hear it, dude. We disagree on this topic.
We do.
Predator is a better movie than Alien.
Predator is better than Alien?
Yeah, Predator is better than Aliens.
I don't think so.
No, I think the first Alien movie. No. Aliens is better than all of them.
You don't have Aliens without Alien.
You're right, but it's still a better movie.
I think so. I think you're right. That's one of the few times that the sequel's better than the original.
Okay, I think it's time to go to the member section here pretty soon, Shane.
No, we got to do the writer strike. So this is the one thing we promised on the thumb.
Okay, let me go push that thing forward again.
So let's do that, and then we'll go to the member section.
Okay.
And there is Babylon 5 news. Real quickly, I know somebody mentioned out there they are playing a cartoon, but we're not going deep into it today. So
they are bringing back Babylon 5. But not exactly the way probably we want it, maybe.
Yeah, we can mention it maybe in the member section too.
Okay, we'll talk about the member section. Okay.
Okay.
Writer's strike.
Yes. So how the writer strike could, the writer strike is going to impact Star Trek 100%. So what's happening with this writer strike? I don't know if you guys are interested in what's going on, but just a basic overview here. The writer strike is basically, look, the writers don't feel like they're making enough money. All of this new streaming platforms with all this new content has given the studios lots of money, and the writers just aren't feel like they're being compensated enough. And, when you think about it, the writers are the ones creating all the content, and they should be compensated properly.
Right.
This is the first writer strike in 15 years. It just started on Tuesday. And what we want to know is, how is it going to impact Star Trek, right?
Yeah, I mean, I want Star Trek, sure, but for me, also the industry as a whole, because is this going to be another COVID thing where there's nothing new for 2 years? Because that's going to really bum me the F out.
Well, the last WGA strike ran for 14 weeks. So it ran from November 2007 to February 2008, which was a terrible time to have a strike because the economy was also falling apart. So people were spending less money at the theater, but they went on strike. So it could last quite a bit of time. And in fact, there's some people thinking that the writer's strike could last a very long time because the studios may not be in quite as big of a hurry to get people back inside. Because right now you got to figure all the studios are losing money on these streaming services, right?
Right.
So they can keep producing content. Now, the way it works is the studios can't create new scripts. Okay, but any script that's already currently created, they can continue to make content for.
Okay.
So, for example, when it comes to Star Trek, Strange New World Season 2 is probably good. So they've shot almost all of it. They might have some pickups. As long as they don't make any script changes, then they can continue producing Strange New World Season 2, and it shouldn't be affected in any way, shape, or form.
Wait a minute, though. There are script changes all the time.
Well, as long as now they may have in the beginning of the agreement already agreed to all the script changes ahead, knowing the strike was coming to protect season 2 so it could be completed. So it was probably already dealt with because they knew it was coming. But let's talk about Starfleet Academy. Starfleet Academy is going to be completely halted.
Right.
So they've announced it. They hired their showrunner. They pulled together the writer's room. Now they're on strike. So that'll be dead in the water. Section 31 movie, dead in the water.
Right.
All that stuff is going to be put on hold. So depending on how far out the writer strike goes, could be how far Star Trek is impacted. Star Trek Discovery Season 5, probably in the same spot. So if they've been writing their scripts since last year, right? They've been writing the scripts, I think, since last June. So they likely have their scripts already created. They can go into production without their writers. But will they? That's a good question.
Interesting. Yeah, and so here's the thing. Some people seem to think that it's the writers who get paid a bunch of money and are asking and are being greedy because they're worried about, and I guess we just lost Shane. Glad I'm talking. Because they're worried about, ChatGPT taking over their job or whatever, right? Well, the thing is, let me switch over to my face here. The thing is, it's not really the case, and I'll tell you why. These studios are talking about not making enough money, but let's take Paramount, for example. They made over $900 million last year profit, and they're worried about how much money they made. A lot of these companies seem to think that the people that are working for them are just idiots, and they're saying, well, we gotta tighten our belts. The streaming, platform is not exactly what it was before. We gotta change what we're doing because we're not making enough money. There's not enough money. We gotta make shorter seasons, and we never go over 3 seasons. And we need less writers. We need to utilize AI more. We're not making enough money. But Fox brings in a little over $1 billion. Paramount brings in 889 or something million dollars. Disney is brought in over $2 billion last year. So even in years where where COVID was in play, they still made a healthy profit. So the question is, are they making less money than what they made before during the golden age of TV? Sure, probably. It's a completely different medium now, right? Streaming is different. Streaming is different than network. But are they losing money? Well, no. You look at the majority of these. I read through all these quarterly reports. Not a single studio lost money last year. They didn't make as much money as they made previous years. They didn't lose money. And here's why they made less money. Because they poured more money into stuff that didn't make any money or didn't account or didn't turn into subscribers or didn't have advertising capabilities or didn't have merchandise capabilities because no one actually cared about it, i.e. Rings of Power, etc., etc. You pour money into stuff that's not very good and you lose options on money-making ventures based on that IP. For instance, advertising, syndication, other streaming networks. They're going to pay less because they know that didn't do well on your network. Merchandise, t-shirts, hats, plushies, whatever, right? If people don't like it, even if they're already a subscriber, you're not going to make the third party's profit, which is a big part of it. So these companies are making less money, but they're making less money because they poured everything into streaming. They poured a bunch of money into stuff that didn't work, and now they're feeling the heat. But it's not even that much of a heat they're feeling. Every single studio still made profit. So it's not like there's greedy writers being like, we need more money. No, they're paying, the studio is saying, we need to pay you less. No more points on the back end. No more percentage on syndication rights. No more royalties. You're going to get paid per. You're going to get this, you'll get guaranteed 10 weeks, but then it's over. You're asking them to take less money for something that for the lifeblood of your product because you made less money during COVID because of your bad decisions. Once again, you didn't make negative money. You didn't lose money. Every studio made money. Every one of them. But yet, because you made a little less, you want the writers to take the heat for the bad decisions you made. Now, maybe you hired some bad writers. Again, though, that's on you. The studios, their decisions are why they made a little less. Again, not that much less. A little less. That's the crazy part. And now you want to rip out things that have been in place since the beginning of television. Royalties, back-end, multi-season contracts, guarantees. You want to take out all of that so you can make a little more money. Well, here's an option. How about instead of ripping it from the actual lifeblood of the employees that fund your entire enterprise, let's cut back. Let's just use Fox as an example. Let's cut back 5%. 5% from your executives. If you cut back 5% from your executives in 2022, you would have made up for the loss you experienced in 2021. 5%.
Well, yeah, and good point. I mean, I think you're making really good points here. There's a couple of things though that the WGA is looking to do is, I think you made some really good points there because the whole economy's different, guys. We're in a recession right now. You got to remember, the prices for everything went up as soon as they forced minimum wage to go up. Everything costs more. These writers have to pay more. You have to spend more money to live. So they can't keep it down. But what the WGA is seeking, they actually want less. They want to replace back-end residuals with more upfront fees. So this is the danger. And now if I'm the studio, this concerns me as well. If you have shitty writers, now you have a lot of great writers, but you obviously also have poor writers as well. So what is the thing about a back-end residual? If your show does well, then it goes into some sort of syndication, then you get more back-end residuals, right? You make more money for the long term. But if you write a good, it's a
sold on DVDs or other streaming services. There's a bunch of ways, right?
Right. So what I'm saying is it's a pay to play. So if you do a good job, you continue to make money. It's kind of the way it's always worked. So the WGA, and this is the thing that is a little interesting for me. And listen, I 100% support the WGA. I support all writers. They definitely need to be fairly paid. But it does strike me interesting that the WGA is seeking more upfront fees in advance, meaning like, look, if we don't do a good job, we still get paid. And I don't like that.
That's dumb.
So I think that, like, look, raise the back end residual. And if you write well, you get paid well. If your showrunners do a good job, and that's the other problem is, like, these writers, they're dependent on what kind of showrunner they've got. So they do still need to get paid. But I do like the idea of being rewarded more. That said, it shows here that that staffing requirements have gone up. There's more jobs for writers than there's ever been because we're producing more content. But 10 years ago, 33% of TV writers were paid the minimum rate. Now, according to the WGA, 49%. So half of all writers are paid the minimum rate, which it doesn't really make sense. And when you account for inflation, that means that the writer pay has declined 14% in the last 5 years. These people have to get paid more money.
Right.
They're the ones creating the content.
I understand why they want more upfront. Well, A, because the studio is removing the royalties. And they're saying, well, we're not going to do royalties or syndication or whatever, because now with streaming, there is no royalties. Well, that's not true, though. I'll tell you how it's not true. Yeah, maybe you're not syndicating it to a television show or a television network that's going to run ads on it, but you are renting it out to other streaming services who are paying top dollar. You think Netflix just got Breaking Bad because AMC liked the cut of their jib? No, they got Breaking Bad and Better Call Saul for like $150 million. Okay, right. for a certain amount of time. I'm sorry. So the writers should get points on that.
Right, and you can also do it this way. So imagine the streaming service, like, let's just report the viewing. So this is the other problem.
You got to report the viewing.
Like, they're not reporting the viewing. We used to get a report on how many people watched a show. You report how many people are streaming your shows, and that's how you pay your people out. And you use a portion of what you're charging for, for
subscriptions.
You pay a portion of that to your writers. Whatever. If you're collecting $14.99 a month, then you need to give a small portion of how many views, to the writers for that. I mean, it's very simple. If you need to charge more, if you need to add advertising, which Brian will hate, and charge more to make more money for your writers, then that's how you do it. I mean, I get that streaming's like changed everything. It used to be, people paying for future stuff is what it would do. But if stuff is going to sit on these streaming platforms for a long time, I can see where the concern is and why you'd want more upfront costs as opposed to the back end. But there is a way to create this reward system where they continue getting back end residuals for content that they create that is good. Imagine the Friends writers. You collect the upfront, but then Friends runs for years, right? I mean, you can make so much more money if you're on a show that does well, in my opinion.
Well, let me tell you the best way to do ads, okay? And you should do, and every show should do this. The best way to do ads is exactly the way Subway did their ads in 2000, between 2004 and 2010. They literally said, we don't want commercials. We want to be part of the story. Chuck, they became part of this. In fact, the reason why Chuck got 7 seasons was in season 2, Subway came in and funded like almost 2 seasons worth of TV. They became, whenever someone was getting a sandwich, they had a Subway sandwich. They were passing by, there was a Subway sign. They would randomly mention, get me the double meatball sub, that kind of stuff. It wasn't jarring, it was part of the story. They amped it up in Community when they literally made Subway a character on the show, and it was hilarious.
But how do you put that into back end residuals?
I'll tell you how.
I mean, that is a way to advertise, but they would have to advertise in perpetuity.
Well, I mean, but yeah, okay. So every time there's an advertiser on a show, a new advertiser, and the more popular it is, there will always be advertisers wanting to advertise. This is how you do it. Now, Subway they're genius because they have thousands of hours of television now where characters that are beloved, they're talking about how much they love Subway. But in today's day and age, you can actually swap that stuff out. And
no, you can't.
Yes. It's called image mapping. Netflix is already using it.
So So you think that they'll go in and swap out scenes from old shows?
So
That's dangerous.
here's the deal. No, I'm not talking about old shows. I'm talking about, let's say you're making a show today about a bunch of friends that hang out in a coffee shop in Central Park. And the name of the coffee shop is, Joe's Coffee. And Starbucks is like, make that Starbucks. Doesn't change the story whatsoever.
It does. It messes with canon to some. I mean, it can mess with the story if you start changing too many things like that.
Yeah, I'm not saying you go out of hand, but like when someone's drinking a Pepsi,
like
make it a Coke.
If you turn Central Perk into Starbucks, I mean, it literally changes the canon of Friends.
Yes, you're right. That's why I didn't say that. But when you're writing a show, there's plenty of places and areas that have nothing to do with the canon that you can change. Let's say they're drinking a Mountain Dew in Stranger Things, and they change it to a 7-Up. It doesn't matter. It doesn't change the story whatsoever. It's just the can they chose to pick up.
It's interesting. I mean, it would be a lot of work, and it would be, yeah. I mean, you have to be careful. It's a slippery slope in my opinion. But yeah, I guess it could be done.
I mean, that'd be a way to put advertising in without subjecting us to ads.
Oh, it's a selfish idea. I got it. Okay, got it.
I refuse to watch ads.
Well, that's why you pay more, my friend.
Well, then you know what? That's fine. Then every single streaming service should have 2 tiers: one ad supported and one premium. And you know what? The ads those shows are getting, they're going to be depending on how popular the shows are, right? Which means the writers of those shows should get it back in on those ads.
I agree.
There you go. Problem solved. But the streaming services to this day refuse to share their numbers,
which is why they need to strike, and that's why it's got to change. Something's got to change. The industry is completely changed. So they really have to figure out how to pay these writers for their time. I mean, we don't have anything. Even the bad shows or the good shows, they just don't happen without writers. So for Star Trek, real quick. So what you don't have to worry about is if you love Prodigy and you love Lower Decks, you ain't got to worry about it because they don't come under this the WGA contract. That only applies to live action and feature films. So those shows will continue to go unchanged.
Fascinating. Yeah. From Michael Nemo, is there any actual or data on Enterprise having more viewers than SCD or Strange New Worlds? No.
Well, unfortunately.
Yeah, and so this is a great question to ask, Michael. Thank you for the super chat, first of all. Thank you very much. This is a great question. There is no data, and I'll tell you why. There's plenty of data on Enterprise seasons 1 through 4. You can go back and look at how much that was watched.
3 million an episode.
Right, how much it was watched live. You can watch how much it was watched in syndication. You can see how much TBS paid to run that for 2 years on repeat, then TNT, and then back to Fox, then UPN. You can see everything and how much numbers they got. And I'll tell you this: if you look at the original numbers, when it went back to UPN, they paid the least and got the most viewers because that's what it got. The show actually got more popular like 4 years after the fact. But those numbers are valid. They're updated. They're in the system. They're live for everyone to see. But STD, Disco, and Strange New Worlds are not. Because the streaming services don't want you to see the numbers. Even if they were great, they don't want you to see the numbers. Because if they're awesome, then they're gonna have to negotiate a better contract for the writers, the showrunners, and the actors that are in that show.
They want to control the narrative.
If they're bad, they don't want to share it to their advertisers that they're paying for their lower tiers, because then they're gonna have to charge less for the ads. They don't want other networks to know how well they're doing, so when they eventually syndicate that to Prime, which they did with other Star Trek stuff, Prime will pay less. They are never going. They will die. Well, they will go to the grave before sharing those numbers.
They're going to share those numbers because at some point it's going to happen. Because the only thing that's going to solve this whole problem is transparency. So there's no way to solve it unless they cave hard with the writers. And this is going to go throughout the entire industry. Those numbers are going to have to be shared at some point. It's dependent on too many things. Why did they have to share it when they were part of network television, right? So now that because they were operating under FCC guidelines.
Well, yes, but also Nielsen was a big part of that, though.
Well, Nielsen was, yeah.
They were trying to profit off of it, so they pushed for a bunch of laws that go for it that allowed them I think we need a Nielsen.
Something's going to happen where people are. This could be it. This could be one of the things that does it. So if all of a sudden an entire industry is being treated unfairly because the proper numbers aren't being reported, then that's when the government steps in to make changes. So it could happen.
Interesting. Okay. Well, that's it for the WGA. Oh, there's some super chats here. Oh, they're not WGA over there. So we'll wrap up the WGA thing.
That was it. Yeah. I think for Star Trek, just to say, the only thing that's going to be impacted is the new shows. Now, if this thing goes too long, I just don't see it going, like months and months and months. But if it does, then you could see, perhaps Strange New World season 3. And you could see it even further delay for some of these other things. And, even some of the miniseries stuff we talked about, perhaps, would not be able to get off the ground either. So you can't have any Star Trek Legacy if you don't have people writing. And so all these things will be on hold until this comes together.
So I just looked it up. The last WGA strike, apparently WGA strikes happen often, but the last WGA strike lasted 14 weeks, but it impacted almost a year of TV. Almost a year of shows were pushed back.
That's about right. Yep.
So, like, if you're waiting for the Rookie season 7 or whatever.
But you got to remember that was that was because that was all network television. So there's certain times when shows can be released. Remember, you had a fall schedule and you had the spring. So now all those things are gone. And so they can start and stop whenever they want.
Interesting. Well, I mean, I'm just telling you that the shows were delayed almost a year for 14 weeks.
Right. So, but I would think a 14-week streaming delay would probably end up in a 14-week delay. So I think you're going to get a time for time delay at this point because you can start anytime you want.
And I'm thinking selfishly because, I like TV. So.
Yeah. I mean, hopefully we got content. I mean, hopefully it doesn't go that long, but we'll see what happens.
From John Burns, the Santa Claus hot chocolate is from 2000 Judy. What?
Oh, I remember Judy from the Santa Claus, the hot chocolate. Yeah.
What?
Yeah, it was like
the one with Tim Allen?
Yeah.
Oh. That's right. Yeah, that's right. I remember all the little elves were thousands of years old.
Right. And actually that's a good point because Judy was the cute little elf, but she was thousands of years old.
Right.
So everybody's like, oh, is that appropriate? What's going on?
John Burns, final super chat. I'm heading out. Going to raise a pint to a friend.
Oh, nice.
Thank you, John. You're awesome, brother. I appreciate
Tons of wonderful super chats.
I appreciate all your awesome. Your support is so. I can't state this enough. The people that support us via super chats or members or buying one of our weird T-shirts or whatever, it's literally is what allows us to be able to afford to be here. Yeah. Because we wouldn't if we didn't have your support, we couldn't do live shows. We couldn't do 2 or 3 live shows a week. We couldn't make videos. We might still make videos, but it'll be once every month or 2, like it did before. If you remember us back in the day, we made a video every 6-7 weeks. That's when we can figure it out because we worked 80, 90 hours a week, and now we can work more on this because of your support. I really appreciate it.
Thank you. Yeah, and when we get those numbers up next week, John, it looks like you're probably going to be up there pretty high. So
yeah, you've been hitting it hard. Kenneth the Rogue for $22, and it's actually a super sticker, and it just says number 1.
Number 1. Yeah,
number 1. Number
Ken
1.
Has probably been here longer than anybody else.
Ken has been here since Survivor. Since we were covering Survivor. Remember that?
And he's an awesome supporter. And speaking of Kenneth LaRoque, he will be over in the members section with us. And when we go to the members section, we spend a lot more time actually focused on the chat and talking with you guys. So please consider becoming a member. We're going to talk a little. I know we've been doing this for 4.5 hours, but we're going to talk a little bit of Mrs. Davis.
Mrs. Davis.
If you guys haven't seen that, I'll explain it more in the member section, but it's crazy. So consider coming over there with us. And we're also going to talk a little more off-topic stuff, including something Brian mentioned earlier. We were supposed to talk in the members chat.
Yeah, the Babylon 5 stuff.
Yes, Babylon 5 stuff.
Archmage Frey, who's also one of our members, had an interesting idea here. You can change the Zima sign in Babylon 5 to the controversial free Bud Light.
That's great. And John Burns' last super chat here. What was that show few viewers showrunner hate? What was that show few viewers showrunners hate? I don't know.
Elaborate for us, bro.
We'll look
Okay.
into it.
So we are going to the member sections, or we're not calling it member section anymore. It's called the members after show.
Oh, the members after show. I love that. Yeah.
So the thing is, this is where it might get a little tricky for some people. So you get, and I'm sorry, but we have to give everyone the ability to sign up. And people, we're not fully understanding the concept of the second channel. So we just we put them on both channels. So you can sign up at either channel, whatever one. What's going to happen right now is we're going to end this stream here on Unleashed. It's going to handshake over to our main channel. So you can either stay here and automatically go over there. It'll just automatically take you. Or you can click one of the links in the description. Now, there are 2 links in the description. And I got to figure out a better way of explaining all this so it doesn't take so long. I apologize.
There should only be one link in the description, though. We should, for the people who are going to sign up for new subs, they should do it right here on this channel.
Well, if they're signed up, though, they'll already get the notification.
Okay. So yeah, I'm saying like if they're going to sign up for a new sub, they should do it with this channel right here.
Right. If you sign, if you've just signed up, okay. So here, there's 2 links. There's Prime members and Unleashed members. They're the same thing, but they're 2 different channels. The links are in the description. So we're going to leave and we're going to start that after show immediately, so that whatever channel you're part of membership of, we'll all be in the same stream together. Is that explained? I didn't explain that great, did I? No,
well,
I didn't.
I think that if you become a member here, you need to click on the link. I think the people who are already members for the other channel will automatically go over. So what I'm saying is having 2 links might be confusing.
Oh, I see. Yeah, but sometimes the handshake is weird, right? Has it ever not worked for someone? Okay, all right. Well, you know what? So in the future, we'll just have the one link.
Yes.
That'll be for people that are members of the Unleashed channel.
Yes.
And then the handshake will go to the Popcast Prime members.
Right.
Okay. All right. And remember, I'll tell you I was there, but if you're an executive producer on either channel, you need a wrench. So you got to remind me. Okay. Well, that's it. For anyone not joining us in the after show, we love you. We appreciate your support. You guys are awesome. Thank you for being here. Thank you for watching us for almost 5 hours or however long it's been.
It's 4.5 hours.
Thank you for super chats. If you're new, if this is the first time here, please hit that like button. And remember that we're here every Thursday at 12:30. Every Thursday at 12:30. And every Monday for the Raw Rant show, 2 different shows. This one's called Unleashed. And the one on Monday is called Raw Rant. Every Monday at 2:00 p.m. PST. And every Thursday at 12:30 p.m. PST. Talking about all kinds of stuff. But we very much heavily focus on science fiction and Star Trek, because that's sort of what we like. So, we're going to the after show. Thank you so much. We love
you guys so much. See you next week.
See you there, guys.
Or in a minute.
Or in a minute.
Monday. Wait, or Monday.
Or Monday.
Don't forget Monday. Monday, we've got, real quick, Monday, we got off?
Wait, no, we haven't gone off yet. We're still here.
Okay,
Go.
Monday, we have Chris Gore and Zach from Attack of the Dock.
Yes.
Don't miss that, guys. It's going to be great. If you haven't seen Attack of the Dock, go watch it. Then come see the show. It's $2.99 on Amazon, and it's going to be a fantastic show. Monday, 2:00.
Yeah, that's going to be a salty episode. Because we're going to be
we're going to be talking about why you can't do that no more.
We're going to be, why you can't do that no more.
Yes.
All right, guys. Again, if you just became a member of this channel, then hit the Unleash button link. And if not, then we'll see you at either one of those things. All right, we're going to the after show. Love you guys. I know you'll figure it out. You guys